the darkness, out of the fear. Here comes the monster waiting in there. Heart rate is rising, some call it scared. You'll feel the chill start raising your hairs. It's too late, you're here now. I hope that you're prepared, cause there's no getting out. You can feel the energy, dark like a cloud. Electrified by panic, terror and doubt. Don't cross me or you'll learn quick the hard way that I'm not one to mess with. I got a mind and that mind's full of mean tricks. I'll plant a seed in your red where the fear will stick. And I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare. Slash all your dreams, a demon.
Hello and welcome to a very pissed off edition of the Marko Yamashita Show. I am your host, Marko Yamashita, and unfortunately I am coming to you with some very sad, depressing, and ultimately some very troubling news from the smaller but equally as important news of world of VTubers, as studio production KAWAII has decided to axe their entirety of Generation 3 VTubers as of their press release earlier in the day here on no less the end of the week, which typically companies try to do on a Friday at the end of a news cycle week in order to be as quiet as possible, so the depressing and sad news does not affect their production week as a whole. And as people typically know by now, that typically works to a certain degree because, yes, news outlets as a whole typically are, looking for a story to run with throughout the entirety of the week, but at the same time, because of the way the internet works and the internet never sleeps, the internet has the capability of keeping a story alive throughout the entirety of a weekend in order to filter into the next week, so the fallout of a story for the beginning of the next news week can stay alive. And that's exactly what we have to do, because at this point, I'm sorry, but this is complete and utter bullshit. Okay, for you to axe an entire generation of VTubers that you yourself have decided to go through the process of hiring, of going through the process of acquiring and paying for assets and spending time and dedicating time and resources in order to actually produce a product and put out in front of people in order to sell and make a product and promote. And then, because of a quote unquote disagreement, you cannot come to an agreement. You just decide, okay, we're just going to fire an entire generation of groups that you have dedicated your entire you've dedicated resources into. Where is the business fucking logic of that? I'm sorry, there is no logic into that. Okay, there has to be more to the story of this, but we're going to go into this and we're going to go through and we're going to dissect exactly what has happened with this generation, exactly what Production KAWAII has done to drop the ball so significantly with Generation 3. And again, we're going to go we're going to use Production KAWAII as a proof of concept of everything that is wrong with the current state of the VTuber industry as a whole, and why this fucking mess has to change going forward. Otherwise, this self-implosion of what is currently happening within the industry is going to keep happening, and we're going to see more destruction of talent, of good, decent talent, happen and occur within the industry because of poor pissing management. Okay? So first let's take a moment. Let's take a moment and we are going to look at who are or were against KAWAII Generation 3. Okay, so first we'll look at KAWAII Generation 3. And that way you can actually see who KAWAII Generation 3 was. Okay, and let me pull up. Let's see here. KAWAII Generation 3 was... Okay. So, Production KAWAII as a whole, and they actually document this fairly well on the wiki here. So, Production KAWAII is a smaller VTuber agency, talent agency, VTuber agency that is Japanese based, that specializes in English VTubers. And some of them do speak Japanese. Most of them, have at least a passing understanding of Japanese, but they aren't fluid in Japanese per se. It's run by a company called KAWAII. And the agency, as you can see, is led by Kyosuke here. And the company as itself has had 3 generations. Gen 1 debuted in 2021, and Gen 1 by and large has stayed relatively intact. Hannah Flores, unfortunately, due to a number of reasons, ended up having to graduate. And part of it was stress, part of it was health, a lot of other things. But Gen 1 as a whole has been able to flourish rather well. Nene and Rena have been relatively popular within that first generation. Partly due to personality and their flirtatious nature. Charlotte Suzu, I personally have had disagreements with her as a talent and as a character, partly because she has a very how should I say she has a very shallow character. She's a very speaking objectively, she's a very shallow person as a whole, and that's just her. She looks cute, she tries to act cute, but she's all in it for the money. That's all it is. It's just money. You're a Mark. You're money. You're a Mark money. If you're not giving her money, yeah, that's fine. You're just a number. So stick around so you can be a statistic. That's all it is to her. Issa has a very unique personality, and that's what attracts people to her. And yeah, she tends to stream in a different time zone than the rest of them. So she has kind of like her own demographic that she's able to target, and her personality, her everything has suited her very well. Now Gen 2 has had a lot of trouble, and that's why these two people graduated rather quickly. And Gen 2 had like a lot of controversy, and they just this is when you start seeing that there was trouble with the way that they were hiring talent. Okay. Now I don't know these three per se. I haven't watched them because I started watching a lot of other people and investing in a lot of other smaller VTubers. So Gen 2, I didn't see their debut or anything else. But I have been able to watch some of the content from Lua and from She, and they're alright. They're alright. There's not enough there for me to formulate an opinion on, but they're alright. Now Gen 3 as a whole, and I'll get to each one of these personally here in a little bit. But Gen 3 as a whole has, each one of them has had a very distinct personality. Gen 3 had a lot of controversy here in a few months ago, mainly because Ocean here decided that because she was extremely jealous and hated the rest of her gen mates and wanted to have all the popularity, and she wanted all the attention. She decided to real life dox her entirety of her gen mates, releasing her gen mates real life info, personal info, locations, addresses, names, so on and so forth. As she was accused of actually instigating a hate group that targeted the rest of her gen mates, and she was officially axed several months ago because of the company found out about it and was able to track and document it, and so they axed her because of it. I'm not sure where she is now or what she's doing now, but it was documented, proved, and the company was able to terminate her because of it. So yeah, these four were able to release a statement about the entire incident. They gave their opinions, professional opinions on the situation. They were able to mostly be able to recover from the situation, and things seem to be recovering rather well, and the community as a whole was able to circle around them and be able to solidify their support for the four of these people. Things seem to had been looking rather positive for the rest of them, and being able to move forward, including celebrations of their anniversaries and releasing songs and so on and so forth. There were a few indicators in retrospect that things may be kind of maybe something was going on in retrospect, but we'll get to that. So let's look at the actual press release, and we'll start with the press release here. Okay, the press release, according to Lay Inc., dated today, says, "Thank you for your continued support of Production KAWAII. We hereby announce today that Friday, April 7th, 2023, Generation 3 talents, Anita Sky, Myru, I can never pronounce her last name, Miru, Kotofuji, Peony, Aeria, and Safari will be graduating from VTuber production KAWAII. Hang on a second. The management team and Gen 3 have had a disagreement over the directions of the production, and after multiple discussions and meetings, Gen 3 has determined that it remains difficult to continue their VTuber activities in production KAWAII. We, the management team, therefore have decided to respect their decisions to part with the company and wish them luck in their future endeavors. I hate that fucking term, future. Wish you luck in future endeavors. Yeah, that's bullshit. Okay. Please accept our deepest apologies to all fans and related officials for this sudden announcement. Yeah, sudden announcement. Okay, as well as our heartfelt gratitude and thanks to everyone who has supported their activities over the past 7 months. Okay, end of service notice. The YouTube membership and exclusive content. We'll be closing YouTube memberships for each talent on blah, 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 April 30th. After this date, you'll no longer be able to join membership, exclusive content, blah, 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 blah. All videos and content for each one will be deleted on April 30th. Booth, Gen 3 merchandise, including individual merchandise on sales, will be blah, 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 blah. Okay. About the donathon rewards for Aeria Ch and Safari, we would like to address the issue regarding the ongoing reward deliveries for Aeria Ch and Safari. While both the management team and talents have been diligently preparing for both the rewards, there are some rewards that we cannot prepare due to the sudden graduation. Both the management and the talents will be doing everything possible to prepare the rewards to the best of our abilities. However, we understand that some fans may prefer to receive a refund due to this issue. For those who would like to receive a refund, please contact us via Google Form. Additionally, please note that we will be sending a separate email to confirm the top donors about the rewards. Please check your emails for further details. Blah, 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 blah. As a production, please, we take these matters very seriously. Yeah, bullshit. And we will survive. We will strive to do our best by reviewing further directions for the productions once again. That's why you failed twice in a row now. Thank you for supporting Production KAWAII, and we look forward to your continued support in the future. Okay. Now that we've gotten through all the lies and the slander and the other bullshit, because yes, I am fucking pissed off, and if you don't like my swearing, please forgive me, but you know what? I am not going to stop. All right, because number one, if you're gonna do something like this, if you know that there's things that are happening that that may cause a roadblock where you might have to terminate your talent, why do you allow or have things to continue to go on and persist and ongoing activities where you might end up having to say, hey, you know what? If you do these activities, and we may have to terminate your contract, or you may walk out on us, and you're not gonna be able to fulfill your fulfill your obligations, or we're not gonna be able to fulfill our obligations. Maybe this isn't a good idea. Oh yeah, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Okay, so number one, I honestly think that number one, they either got caught flat-footed and everyone collectively decided to walk out because Production KAWAII is just not a great place to work. Or two, Production KAWAII is just completely shady and said, hey, you know what? If you're not going to play ball, you're all out. That's it. Okay? It has to be either one. It can't be both, all right? Well, actually, it can be both. But honestly, because it feels that way just by what they're saying, all right? If you take what has been said, and you take what is on the screen here, it really feels like they are just completely shady AF. and there is something that is not right about the current situation. All right, there's something about how this company is being ran that is not. I don't want to go as far as saying not legit. However, okay, but I want to go back. I want to go back to where we're at with Production KAWAII. Okay, Production KAWAII, they've had three generations debut. Okay, 3 generations debut since 2021. Okay, you got 3 generations debuted, and as of today, half of your VTubers are no longer streaming. What's not right here? Okay, fired. Okay, so you've fired the entirety of Gen 3. Based on today, as of today, the entirety of Gen 3 has been fired. Okay, Gen 2, it's 2 of the 5 have been fired. Okay, Gen 1, you had one graduate on their own. Okay. So as you have 15, you've had 15 debuts, and you've had what, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 15 of your VTubers have quote unquote been graduated. What's not right with this picture? What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this picture? Is this, I mean, the quality of the models is great. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if you look at, and I'm gonna pick on Suzu here because Suzu's model is brilliant. It's really cute. It's adorable. It's I mean, her the movement, and I know this is still a PNG drawing of her model. However, if you go into what her model actually looks like, come on, open up. I mean, her model itself is adorable. Okay, if you look at her actual debut stream here, and we're not gonna watch like everything. I mean, her model itself is just adorable.
And my mother is a vampire.
I mean, you could see she has, her hair movement, her eye movement, her body movement, and this is still live. This is live 2D. This is not 3D. This is not 3D rendering.
Worry about me. Okay.
You know.
I became a VTuber in order to make human friends.
There's absolutely the production values on these on what these girls are given is high quality. So why do we have now over half of your agency graduated? What doesn't make sense here? Umberto, welcome. Welcome. Okay, now, again, I wasn't necessarily here for everything that happened with these two. I've heard some of the rumors that had gone on with these two, including that they were like doing stuff on the side that was counter to what was in their contracts per se. and doing stuff that was not necessarily on the up and up. But let's talk about Ocean here for a second, okay? Now, Ocean was terminated on February 1st because of slander towards her fellow talent, improper conduct outside the agency, including inciting people, inciting a hate group that were basically bullying her other gen mates and targeting her other gen mates. And then also doing any number of other things that were happening outside of production KAWAII. And she still has her fans that, protect her and basically, say, hey, we are, we're stands for her regardless. And don't get me wrong, her ASMR streams were extremely popular. She was basically somebody who could, sell you a lie and make you believe it's the actual truth because she was so good at lying and so good at acting that there were any number of things that she could say and make you believe. I mean, that was just it. She did a quote unquote Minecraft stream where you could go to Disneyland or Disney World or whatever it was with her, and she literally had an entire trail of guys like following her everywhere there. And if you were left behind, oh well, I have 20 other people at any given time that are trying to keep up with me. So that's how it was. And screw the rest of you if you wanted to ride that rider with me. Well, you could ride it by yourself. Yeah, I'm moving on to the next thing. I mean, that's literally what it was. It was like, yeah, come to Disney World with me, but if you don't get to ride the ride with me, ride it by yourself. I mean, that's literally what it was. Okay, she had people like literally throwing money at her like crazy, right? But it wasn't good enough for her. She wanted more. She wanted to be Hollywood. She wanted to go to Hollywood. She wanted more. She wanted everything, and she would do anything and everything in order to get there, regardless of who she had to step on, who she had to destroy, and who she had to use to get there. And that's why that was her downfall, and that's what caused her to get fired. All right. That's why she was she was kicked out of production KAWAII. Yeah, Ocean. Yeah. Now, and she would easily have surpassed 50. She was on the verge of hitting 50,000 subscribers and being legit at 50,000 with subscribers. Her actual activity, her channel activity did reflect the subscriber base that she had. They were not dead accounts. They were not empty accounts or ghost or zombie accounts. They were legit accounts. And that was because of her ASMR streams, her singing ability, her acting ability. I mean, she had the chops for this. She had the chops to be an actor or an actress, okay? And it was just greed and ambition that basically got the best of her, right? And I'm not defending that of her actions of going after the other talent that she debuted with, but in her eyes, she looked at the rest of them and she said, they're beneath me. I don't need them. They shouldn't be here to exist to begin with. They're holding me back, right? And to a certain extent, some of the other girls here, you would look at what they were doing compared to her, and you would wonder, well, why did KAWAII pick these 5 to debut together? What made KAWAII pick these 5, right? And I'm gonna pick on Sava for a little bit here, because Sava is probably the oddest out of all of them. When you look at Sava's character, when you look at the way that she acts, when you look at the way that she presents herself, you would not necessarily look at her and say this is somebody that you would want to put out front and center and say this is a company product that we want you to buy into. and that's not to say that Sava is necessarily a bad person. It's just that when you put somebody as blunt and honest and maybe as unfiltered as Sava in front of people, that says basically anything and everything that is on her mind without even bothering to think, maybe people aren't necessarily going to want to hear this. It makes you wonder why they thought she would make a good product to sell, In case in point, she talked a lot about P and not the letter. Okay? And I mean there was like she had some streams that were very made you wonder if she wasn't maybe a little inebriated when she was streaming. She did a lot of streams about where she would title them "Making Babies." There were she did a lot of streams where she played a lot of games that were not necessarily big on attracting people that would want to watch. And she played what would now probably be called, more that they're not retro games, but they are older in people's libraries, like Deus Ex, playing Morrowind. I mean, here's her hand cam here of making pea crystals. Again, playing Morrowind, playing the first Halo Combat Evolved. I mean, there was a lot of things that would be considered, cringe. When you are looking at her her stream catalog. I mean, for crying out loud, I have a clip on my own channel of where is it? Let's see, where is it? Yeah, here it is.
I told you guys
Okay, let's put this on the screen here.
this happens. I go out with my mom and instantly she's like, "You wanna go get some bras?" And I'm like, "Okay, mom." Fine. So I went and got bras, and yeah, that's what I did today. Mama, nice to buy boing holders that you only wear for an hour before letting them. Oh, you just reminded me. Let me get this one off.
I mean, she
I'm
learned.
wearing one today. I hate wearing bras. I got bras with no underwire. I got them with no underwire. If you guys don't know, most bras come with a piece of metal underneath, right? They got like a little sliver of metal.
Yeah, she's taking it off right now.
There's a slither of metal underneath. And that's for keeping them like perky looking. But I don't need that. I don't need that.
Yeah,
It's for keeping them looking perky.
I mean,
I'm young, so I don't need that.
Wait,
I just need the coverage. I don't need the support, right? Right?
I mean, this is what her how her streams typically go.
Oh, you're welcome. What do you mean? I've heard horror stories with that. Yeah, the wire, if it gets dry or cleaned or whatever, the wire starts to poke out and it'll stab you in the armpits, and it feels really bad. It hurts. It hurts. It causes blisters. They still make them with metal. Haven't downgraded to plastic. No, they make them with metal. They're made with metal. Yeah.
I mean,
How have we got back to this topic 3 streams in a row? I don't know. I got it today. I got that, and I got a big pack of onions.
I mean, this is how her streams typically go on a regular basis. You know, this is.
I got 2 that are like, what do you call this material? Heather? It
And
looks like jeans.
it would always go like this.
The print is like jeans.
So.
Black?
So I mean, you listen to something like this, right? And I mean, I suppose that there is an appeal to it where people would want to tune into it and hear it on maybe on a daily basis. But I mean, this is kind of mild compared to like where some of her conversations would go, and the ironic part is she could talk for like 4 hours like this before she would even start playing whatever game it was that she would play, right? And that would be like how her streams would go. And it would make, to me, it would not make a lot of sense in a way, but I mean, she was just that chaotic, and maybe that was the appeal to her. But then, on the counterpoint, you would have people like Peony, and Peony was by and large a very strict type of a person who would have a very set way of doing things, where she was a very heavy ASMRist. She really seemed to be a very big Yandere type of ASMRist, or she at least liked to try her hand in it. I don't necessarily think that she was able to dive into being a yandere as much as maybe she wanted to, because there was always kind of a danger point where you have to cut off because of YouTube standards. But that being said, you have to kind of be very careful with the way that content is presented on YouTube. Otherwise, it could be flagged, taken offline, demonetized, so on and so forth. And the way her voice is, and the way that her acting ability is, honestly, I think her voice and her personality actually favors the alternative end of the spectrum, which I think she didn't want to be pigeonholed into, as this is the only type of character I can be type of person, which is why she tried so hard to do and expand into other genres. But that being said, she was also very active in a lot of other types of games as well. With she was heavily into RTSs, heavily into horror games. She loved games like Elden Ring, stuff like that. And and that was a very big selling point for her because, I mean, guys like to listen to cute girls scream, barely never welcome. Thank you for being here. I am doing my best. I am very hot right now because of the topic I'm talking about. However, I am doing my best, considering the circumstances. Peony was probably my favorite out of the entire group because she was perhaps the epitome of somebody who tried their best to be a good person regardless of the circumstances. And it really pisses me off right now that this has happened to her. Because if you know anything about me, and I'm not going to go on this rant, I'm going to go on this partial rant right now. But I'm not going to go into the entirety of the rant that I really want to go into because it's not about her. This is about production KAWAII right now. All right, but if you know anything about me and know anything about my past, you know that I've gotten extremely burned by another VTuber from another agency, all right, that was supposedly a very nice person. And the fact that that person uses people because she wants money, and if you don't give her your money, or you no longer give her your money, she blocks you and then claims, oh, you just need to make another account. And if you still don't give her money, then she blocks you on that account. And then it keeps going in order so she can inflate her numbers. But yet you have people like Peony who are fighting and clawing just to make it out there. And then this kind of BS happens to her because her production agency can't come to an agreement with whatever it is that's going on behind the scenes. It's complete and utter bullshit. I mean, Peony has worked and tried as far as I know, she has tried as hard as she can to do as much as she can to improve upon what she's doing and improve upon her character and improve upon the person that she is. And that's including that she's going to university at the same time as she's trying to do this. And she's trying to expand the type of person that she is. And she's also trying to expand her talent. I mean, how else can you sit there and justify what is going on right now when you are literally taking your own talent and you're throwing them under the bus because you as a production agency, as a talent agency, can't retain your own your own product because you're constantly throwing them away. You're either not hiring what you want, or you're hiring people counter to what your values are, and then expecting them to comply to those sets of values, and then you're firing them because you're like, oh, well, if you're not going to listen to us, we're just going to fire you and hire somebody else. It's like, well, if you're going to do that, then why are you hiring them in the first place? Why are you setting people up to fail? Why are you setting your own fan base up to fail if that's exactly what you're going to do? The only other thing that you could possibly be doing is that you are literally downsizing because you're expecting an upcoming storm, and you're like, oh, well, we need to contract ourselves in order to protect ourselves. And so maybe if there's an upcoming financial crisis that they're expecting, well, if we get rid of as much talent as possible so we can maintain what we have, then maybe we can weather this storm. Maybe that's the possibility. But, I mean, yeah, exactly. Gen 3 was cursed. It seems like it was a cursed thing from the start. But then you look again. I will point out that if you look at KAWAII, I mean, you look at KAWAII, and you literally have half of their talent is gone. Half of their talent is gone. You don't. I mean, Gen 1 relatively intact. You have 40% of Gen 2 gone. Gen 3 completely axed. I mean, how do you fire 8 out of your 15 people that you've hired in 3 years? Well, it's officially signed by Loi, which is their parent company. Loi is the parent company. It's just like Cover. Cover is the parent company of Hololive. It's no different. It would be like, if Any Color signs, the statement for Niji. It's the same thing. It's the parent company. It's the people that have the purse strings. But you have to look at the bigger picture as well. The bigger picture, at least in my opinion, is that and if we look at the statement again, and I'm gonna go back to the statement here before we kind of move on. Whoops. Sorry, Peony. All right, and I want to dissect this just a little bit, okay? Because second paragraph, the management team and Gen 3 have had a disagreement over the directions of the production, and after multiple discussions and meetings, Gen 3 has determined that it remains difficult to continue their VTuber activities in production KAWAII. Now, if you take that statement, and you and you think in retrospect about where we're currently at, first, Peony Peony suddenly went quote unquote guerrilla stream this week, and then she was she had one stream where she sounded very sick and she sounded very distressed, and she had hit 20K and she sounded very kind of remorseful that we were excited that she had hit that landmark. And she was almost very apologetic about the entire thing, and it kind of in retrospect it almost felt like she knew something was wrong, or something was wrong and she knew it but she couldn't say anything. And even I was kind of I was telling her hey let's celebrate what we can do now, and then once you're feeling better, we can celebrate later. And she never said anything. She never said anything about that. Because usually, if you say something like that to her in a super chat, she'll yeah, that's true. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try to figure something out later type thing. And all she could do was kind of just smile. And cry. And in fact, she started crying, and she deleted the entire stream after it finished. And if you really think about it now, it's like she knew, and she knew that this was coming, and she got so sad that we were so happy for her that I think she knew this was coming, and she wanted to gorilla stream one last time, and she wanted to talk to us one last time before the end. And I really, and in my heart, I really think that's exactly what it was. And that makes me so fucking mad, man. Because, man, oops. That makes me so mad. Because, I mean, Peony was... Peony what was practically the oops. Peony was the one person that restored my faith that there were decent VTubers, English VTubers out there, man. And I'm not talking like, I mean, yeah, I know that there are, lots of good VTubers out there that, make good content, quote unquote good content. But I'm talking like, I'm talking like clean say so, like actual fucking say so content, man. Where you don't want to, you don't want to hear somebody like dropping the, where you don't want to hear a girl dropping the F-bomb every other, every other word, or, you don't want to hear like somebody being like completely, absolutely 100% cringe their entire stream, or you don't want to hear somebody acting like they are like, they're trying to be somebody that they're not the entire stream, and everyone else is falling for it, or everyone else is able to suspend their disbelief that that's exactly what they are, even though that they've made their entire online career being something that they're not. I mean, when you can sit there and watch somebody for hours and hours and hours, and they absolutely cannot force themselves to swear. They can't even say damn. And you can literally watch them for hours and not find a single instance of them of saying that. I mean, come on, man. How can you not be pissed off that they've taken that away from us? Marko, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry I went on a rant there. I know I am sad. I am sad about KAWAII. I am sad about KAWAII. Eight KAWAII members. Eight out of 15 graduate. 8. なんで? Yeah, Gen 3 all seem to have, Gen 3 seem to have messages prepared. And when you look at Gen 3, something was wrong when Sava said she was going on vacation, when she was going to Europe or whatever. And that she was, packing up. I mean, she was even packing up her computer and her monitor and her ASMR mic, and she was good, but she was going to broadcast from, when she got to Europe. Very sus. It was very sus, and I knew something was sus. And then when Peony, who always seemed to be strictly by a schedule, was completely Gorilla Stream this week, I knew something was wrong. And then she was, said that she was sick. I was like, okay, well, she's sick. But then after days and days of not hearing things, I knew something was wrong. Gen 3 or KAWAII's statement, if you look at KAWAII's statement, how can you have a disagreement over the direction of the production when the direction of the production is signed out, it is spelled out in your contract? It's spelled out in your contract. You are contracted to make content in a particular fashion, in a particular way, for a particular type of distribution on a specific type of platform. And if you're not able to meet those demands, and you're not able to meet those conditions, that either means, one, they hired somebody who is not able to meet those demands, which means that they hired somebody who was not qualified in the first place, or two, they have not provided the content creator with the ability to fulfill those specific requests, which again falls upon the agency. Now, in either case, that gives everyone in Gen 3 the right and the ability to walk out. But that still says that KAWAII is still at fault here. Regardless of how you look at this, KAWAII is still at fault. KAWAII is still a company, an agency who has failed their fans and their talent, and the talent that they're hiring as a whole. Now, if you look at Gen 1, and I'm going to point this out again at Gen 1. If you look at Gen 1 here, all four of Gen 1 have remained strong because they effectively they effectively have them. They insulate themselves as people or as talent that, you know, can function purely on their own as a business, and they will work with others as needed, but they look at everything pretty much as a business opportunity, and that's it. And they deal everything as a business dealing. You know, they take care of their fan base, and that's it. You know, they'll brand KAWAII as much as they need to, as much as they're obligated to, but they are not like, let's say, like Hololive. Like, you know, every opportunity, it's like Hololive. Oh, Hololive this, Hololive that. This is Hojo Marin Hololive, Hojo Marin Hololive, Hojo Marin Hololive. This is I mean that it's like they have to tack on Hololive in whatever they're branding 100% of the time, right? Gen 1, they'll brand KAWAII only as much as they need to, and then they pretty much like insulate themselves as, okay, I've done my business obligation, now I'm taking care of myself, and I'm taking care of my current fans, and I'm taking care of my business, and then that's it. And that's business opportunity done. That's it. And that's as far as they most of them seem to go. And that's how they survive. Now, there may be more to it than what they're doing, and if there is more to it, then that, good for them. But I think there's a big difference between what they're doing as far as survivability versus like what they're doing as far as the survival of KAWAII as a product and as an agency. For them, it's a job. It's not making or helping KAWAII survive. It's just a job. That's it. And I'm pissed most of all, though. I'm pissed most of all that, I met Gen 3 right after my incident with the person that works with Prison Project. All right. What happened with Prison Project, what happened with Ocean, Ocean. And I was like, well, okay, I want to know like who this person is that she screwed over, who these people are, why would she go as far as screwing them over? Like that, that certain healer screwed me over. Why would she go that far? And I took the time to meet, each one of Gen 3, watch some of their content, talk to them just a little bit, find out a little bit about each one of them. All four of them were very pleasant. All four of them welcomed me very warmly. All four of them were happy that I was there. And all four of them reaffirmed that, hey, you know what? There's some decent people out there that, are just happy that I'm in their audience. You know, they're not sitting there like trying to figure out ways to monetize me. They're not trying to find a way to entice me to spend money on them. They're not trying to find a way to, marginalize me in order to incentivize me to spend money just to talk to them. Unlike some people, they're just happy that I'm there. And unlike some people, they actually talk back to me when I talk to them on social media and on their community wall. Even though they were busy, even though they were they have classes, they have university, they have homework, they have projects, they have finals. Wow. There are people out there that are like that. That care. And then KAWAII comes along and takes that all away from us. What the fuck is wrong with you? You literally have the golden chalice in front of you that could be the counterweight to everything that is wrong with what the current industry is, and say, hey, you know what? If you're tired of having, all these other agencies constantly looking at you and saying you're not spending enough money to enjoy your product, here, just have a little sip from here, and you can enjoy us as long as you want, and you will not be marginalized because your wallets aren't big enough. You throw it away. Really? I mean, come on. Let's look at Hololive for a second. Let's look at Hololive for a second, okay? Hololive comes along January 2023. January 2023. January 2023, Hololive decides, hey, you know what? We're going to make public offering of our of stocks going forward. Okay, so what did they do? Okay, well, we're gonna be offering that. So, February's coming along. So yeah, okay, so we gotta make sure that we market and heavily push as many of our VTubers as possible, because Valentine's Day. So we gotta make sure that as many of our viewers spend as much money as possible because of Valentine's Day. So let's make sure that as many of our streamers are broadcasting on Valentine's Day to spend as much money as possible to make sure that our earnings on Valentine's Day looks as good as possible. Oh, and then because next month is our festival, so we gotta make sure that looks as good as well. So make sure that as many people spend as much money on that as possible, because we're offering our IPO at the end of that. So so now that that's happened, oh look, our stock has plummeted. Well, we need to make sure that we have a good report so that stock goes back up, which it did. Okay, now we're back up to that. So now we have to make sure that people spend more money by making sure that as many of our current talent are now debuting as many new costumes as possible, so people are throwing super chats at them, even though that doesn't really make up a lot of our profit. So don't worry about that, but people still spend tens of thousands of dollars on that. So summer is coming. So how do you like, did you like that rant? Because, if you didn't like that rant, that's exactly what Hololive is doing to people on a daily basis, 365 days a year. I was just spelling it out for you. Now, let's take Gen 3 of KAWAII. Did Gen 3 do that? And, maybe they did, like, push their 6-month anniversary thing a little bit. But, hey, for them, it was a big deal because they had just overcome being doxxed, possibly wanting to disband because, of all the crap that they put up with, and wondering if it was even worth it because of Ocean. Wondering if people even really cared and loved them. Having self-doubts about their self-worth and whether or not they even had the talent or, deserved to be where they were. I would want to celebrate that milestone a little bit and be proud of myself. Just a little bit. But, they definitely weren't, pushing like that constant merch that like Hololive is doing. What would you rather want to enjoy on a daily basis? Being monetized 365 days a year? Or just, having the welcoming smile of, one of these cute girls that, are just happy that you're there? I wonder if Gen 3 was pushed hard for profits. Ocean started doing her paid karaoke requests, and she seemed to freak out when she played regular games and pushed her gen mates for subs. That's part of. I think that there maybe is some. There may be some truth to that. However, they did see a significant boost in membership. Channel memberships after the whole Ocean incident, and then it's hard to track exactly what the profits were for their channel on a monthly basis because one of the things that is also kind of sus and a little bit sneaky on Prison Project and on KAWAII's end is that they use Streamlabs, so it's not something that third-party analytics can necessarily track unless they do it. I'm sure there's a tool out there somewhere, but I don't have access to it. And it's it's kind of unfortunate, but if you were able to track it, you'd be able to find out exactly how much they pulled in on a regular basis. But they did seem to have a steady stream of revenue come in through those, and I know Peony specifically did start doing more types of incentives on her channel recently, even though there were smaller ones like if for every $1 people donated, she would do jumping jacks or speak in a specific type of voice, that kind of thing. And I think that those were types of things that, perhaps maybe they didn't necessarily feel comfortable doing, because they didn't, perhaps they didn't want to force their listeners to like spend money in that type of way. But I also think that there may also be some legitimacy that there was pressure on them to to start increasing their revenue, because if you really think about it, people like Charlotte did start doing more streams that were like that, where she even had an idea of like selling space on her. I just remembered that she started selling space on her own body, just like how like NASCAR drivers, they would sell space on their on their outfits and their cars and stuff like that, ad space. So she was like selling space on her own body, and she would like put like different things and sell different spots on her body for a certain amount of money and stuff like that for an entire stream. It was kind of funny in a way. But yeah, so I mean there could be some legitimacy to that as well. I'm a huge KAWAII fan. Wait, how come I didn't see this in the news yet? And to think Ocean still found a way to get away with this. Ocean. I think somewhere Ocean's probably laughing at her, laughing at this and feeling a little bit, redeemed that, the entire collapse of her generation has happened. But that being said, this does nothing but reflect poorly upon KAWAII as a whole and as an agency. And if anything, I think that this would serve as a tremendous warning towards anyone who even contemplates auditioning for KAWAII in the future, that unless KAWAII is able to show significant changes within their own organization with their remaining talent, and their own talent is able to reflect the significant changes within their own organization, that I would stay completely clear of KAWAII. I mean, at one point, I actually felt that KAWAII was making the turning point and turning things around, but now I feel that even the fact that this kind of thing could happen. I mean, I feel that KAWAII has lowered themselves below Prison Project, which in my most recent view of Prison Project has significantly bottomed out completely because of recent events, and that does not reflect poorly upon the rest of the talent in Prison Project as a whole. I'm just talking about the way that they allow their own talent to conduct themselves individually and allow that to happen. But that being said, the fact that KAWAII can have this kind of chaos happen over and over and over again, and effectively have half of their own hired talent completely gone within 3 years of their own founding is such it speaks volumes about how poorly it's maintained and managed. That changes need to happen, otherwise it's not sustainable. It's just not. Yeah, Letty is. Come on. I mean, you look at Letty was in my opinion, Letty was a great what I would consider a center. She was essentially a center of this group. And with all due respect to Ocean, that wanted to be like the center of attention, Letty was true center because she genuinely cared about everyone within her group. Ocean only cared about herself. She wanted to be front, which is basically, she wanted to be solo. She didn't care about anyone that was behind her. She just wanted to be front. Letty wanted to be, what was true center. Peony cared about everyone, but Peony always seemed like she lacked confidence. Sava always seemed to generally want to do her best and put her best effort forward. But she was always kind of like the relaxed one of the group, where, I'm going to do my best. I'm always going to do my best, I just know that I'm not the best, but what can I do? I can only, do 100%. I can't do any more. So that's just it, and Miru was always kind of a enigma to me, because as nice as she was, I could never quite get a read on her, but she always seemed to be genuinely nice to me. So I mean, I didn't mind her, but she always seemed to be very I don't want to say chaotic. But I do want to say she was always kind of like she was extremely hard to read. But I still supported her because she was always kind to me when I was in the audience. So it's extremely upsetting. It is extremely upsetting. Yeah, take care. If you gotta leave, thank you for dropping in. I know this is long and I know I'm ranting a lot, but you know what? My chat and my streams are always, kind of built for this, especially when it's on topics like this. So, I know I tend to rant a lot, and I tend to allow other people to rant a lot in my chat because that's what these types of streams are for. So, you're welcome to be here, as long as you're civil to, everyone, including me. If you have to leave, thank you for stopping in. If you check out the VOD later, I appreciate that as well. So, as my YouTube plug, please like, share, and subscribe if you feel it's necessary, or if you want to check me out later. Okay, that's my plug for the stream. Okay. I hate doing that plug. I really do. I don't know if that actually does help the algorithm or not, but that was my one and only YouTube plug for today, or for the stream. Let's check out the prepared statements from all the ladies, since this is upsetting for me. I would never admit it, because I did not want to admit these types of feelings but I really truly did start having some very I'm not gonna go as far as say that they were like, because they weren't, they weren't romantic feelings. um you know, if there were any type of affection towards Peony, it was all gratitude, because as I've lost so much over the past year, especially during my afternoons and evenings, um, streamer wise, that Peony was kind of a breath of fresh air for me. You know, for those of you who are regulars of my channel, or followers of me on YouTube or Twitter, you guys know that that we lost the girls from Gogo Nihon. They were streamers on YouTube that were they were VTubers that were created from the characters of the visual novels, and they had to graduate recently, and I took that extremely hard because they were literally like little sisters to me. And then I lost my little sister, Hoshinon, because she was cyber stalked and cyberbullied, and then someone tried to steal her VTuber model and claim copyright ownership over it in Japan. And fortunately, she was able to fight that in court, and she just now re-debuted and came back online. Thank God. So that was a win. But I mean, she was gone for 4 months. Ankaro is fighting. She's fighting inflation. She's fighting her current financial issues, and she's also fighting several health issues right now, and she's been on hiatus for several months now, and she was very much like a little sister to me as well. And of course, I had the fallout with Pina Penguin recently, and that was a whole different level of betrayal and nastiness that really almost forced me to graduate, because I had lost so much faith in the English VTuber community, that I felt like it just wasn't worth it anymore. So for KAWAII to take away Peony like this is beyond upsetting to me. Dear Dewdrop, thank you for all the precious moments spent together. I hope they will forever... God damn it. Sorry, Peony, I can't read this. Sorry. How can you let this happen, man? This is just so wrong, man. This is wrong. I mean, that's the saddest part of this whole thing. You know, it's by and large, unless you are a an internet sleuth and you are very diligent about being able to do the digging on your own, it's very difficult to find out what the actual truth is with what happens or what happened within situations like this. And I'll be honest with all of you. You know, when I debuted as a VTuber, a little bit more than a year ago, I debuted mainly just to interact with people, you know, that I knew. I never wanted to go public or, you know, have a fan base or attract people or, attract a crowd or anything like that. And the only way, that I got to where I was now was because I happened to cover the whole Russia incident when it happened, as it played out, and I happened to be at the right place at the right time, and then I happened to stumble into the right Discord groups that led me semi underground into certain places that allowed me access to the underbelly of info that is typically not on the surface. And there's a lot of dark stuff on the other side. It was one of the main reasons why I felt that, at least for a while, that Mike Nico, I had Miki Nico's, trust, or at least her ear, for a certain amount of time, because as things were being said underground, I was emailing her personally and telling her this stuff is leaking out and this is what you're doing, and I know about it because I am reading about it real time as it's being talked about. And so, there were changes in what she was saying and what she was, saying in response publicly because of what I was emailing her. But it was so disturbing at some points, at some levels, that I just did not want anything to do with it, and even now there's some publicly public levels areas where you can find out what's being talked about, but you really have to dig through a lot of the garbage out there to find it, and it can really wear on a person's psyche because of it. And I just don't want any part of that. I really don't. It's gotten to the point now where, there are people, sleuthing about who, the real people are behind, people in production KAWAII, people in Prison Project. There are people actively, seeking those people, that info out, and then, even taking the info that Ocean put out there about people who are in Gen 3 and everything else, and trying to, expose that info online, So, I don't want any part of that. It's so nasty and vile that, I talk about this stuff because it needs to be talked about, but to actually dig into the vitriol and to dig into the even the nasty corporate side that you end up finding is so petty because of what, how petty the corporate aspect of it is. it gets me so upset that I mean I wish I had the financial funding to say, you know what, screw it, I'm making my own agency and all you all are invited and I will hire you. I wish I could be that guy. I really do. I mean, if I could be that guy to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat because I would take all the ones that are, you know, being cast aside like this, and I would make sure that I would give them the tools to succeed and say, okay, now you have the tools to succeed. Now it's on you. If you can't succeed, it's not because you weren't given the opportunity to. Now let's go succeed. You know. That would, I mean, honestly, that would be my dream. And honestly, I kid you not. I mean, if I won, you know, my ultimate dream, and you know, it's the dumbest dream in the entire book, but it would be my ultimate dream. All right. I mean, if I won like one of those big ass, you know, like, you know, the $500 million U.S. lottery or something like that, my ultimate dream would be, you know, I would create my own campus, my own VTuber campus, where, you know, or my own production campus where there would be a place. Oh, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I would create my own production campus that would have dorms for them to stay in. They would have dorms to stay in. They would have recording studio to record in. They would have soundproof recording rooms to record in. You know, they could live there. You know, they could live there. They could you know, do their productions there. All that stuff would be there. You know, it would be part of their contract. We'd work that part out. You know, it'd be part of, like, you know, compensation package, that kind of thing. You know, that would be all worked out. High-speed internet, all that fun stuff. You know, the only stipulation would be, you know, no boys allowed on campus. You know, that would be like the stipulation. You know, if you girls party with each other, you know, and it's secure campus, you know, all that fun stuff. But it would be worked out at a certain level. But, you know, that would be like the stipulation aspect of the entire thing. But, you know, that would be the way I'd work it, you know. But I mean, I would give them the whole tools of, you know, that's the way, you know, you would have the tools and capabilities of being able to create that content that you want to create, you know? I doubt that guy is alive. There's an aspect of truth to that because you know, as COVID you know, is kind of an afterthought now, and people are starting to get you know, back out and about, and content consumption as that is in a way kind of declining. There is a certain measure of you know, decreasing of that demand. So you have to really look at how and what the content is that people are consuming and focus on that. the other aspect of things is that the Japanese companies and agencies are hyper focused upon the Asian market specifically, so that the American market or the English speaking market is being super neglected. And one only has to look at the actual numbers in order to see the reflection upon that type of consumption. I mean, if you look at someone like, let's take Sencho, Marin, for example, she can just talk for 2 to 3 hours, and she gets like 200,000 views just talking, right? And then you turn around and you have someone like, KAWAII Mori or Gargura do the same thing, and she only gets maybe half of that, if she's lucky. And you have to wonder why. Why? How is that possible? You take Marin's most recent music video. Completely off the hook, right? I mean, millions of views. And you take, KAWAII Mori's most recent video, and I mean, it's struggling to even get 1 million views. I mean, how is that possible when both of them are signed to, major record deals? Why is that? Why is that? Part of it's marketing, part of it's the push of the agency, part of it's, the type of music, the lack of concentration in resources for each one of them. I mean, there's a lot of things that are happening within each brand. And then if you look at like last year, for example, that's why Any Color, the parent company of Niji, was able to capitalize on the market so much, and why their stock was grew by 50% last year, and why their growth, they outgrew Hololive 2-1 last year, because they focused on the English market, the deprived English markets. They focused on the neglected women and girl market, the female market, and they focused specifically on the foreign market, the English market, and the female market, and they outpaced and outgrew Hololive 2-1 because of that through the entire year. And the only reason why they fell off at the end of the year was because of all the cancellations of their live performances. That's it. Otherwise, and then they had some controversies along the way as well. But, that's a different story. But if you look at that, and you see exactly what the failings are, and what happened with the failings of Niji, and what the shortcomings are of Hololive, as those two, case points, they're exactly the exact mirror of what is happening with KAWAII right now, and how they are failing so significantly within their own English VTuber group, is that they're failing on those same levels with how they are not being able to retain their own talent, how they're failing with their own talent, and how that their repeat failures within their own English talent is reflected upon how they're hiring for that same talent, and they're expecting the same amount of success by hiring the same type of level capacity, and expecting better, the same or better results as, if they were a pure Japanese speaking fluent type of streamer, which isn't going to work because you're hiring for a different demographic. If you look at seriously, if you look at competently, let's look at Gen 3 as a prime example here. Because they are, again, a great case study here. Gen 3, Ocean had great success with ASMR. Alright? Peony had great success with ASMR in horror games. Now, Letty was she was, I think, the prime example of a variety streamer, in my opinion, where she's saying she played a lot of different games. I believe she was the one. Sometimes I get her confused, but I believe she did a lot of the role-playing. Yeah, the action role-playing. And then Miru did a lot of the whatchamacallit, the she did a lot of the what do you call them? Visual novel type. Yeah. And she sang a lot too. She did role playing and visual novel type. But if you look at if you look at them objectively, and you look at at the viewership numbers, I mean, the numbers themselves were pretty steady, around 1K for her. And then if you look at Letty, I mean, Letty has some great numbers for her live streams. I mean, she almost cracked 7 for 5.7, 5.5, 5.6, 7, 7.6, 10K, 7.2, birthday marathon, great numbers there, 40K. I mean, her numbers are solid. I mean, some people would really kill for these numbers. I mean, all these numbers are solid. She had some solid numbers here. Peony probably didn't have nearly as solid numbers. But I mean, hers were still respectable. I mean, Safari's, I mean, hers were kind of all over the place, but I mean, she still, had over, well over 1K on most of her streams, which were, which is not, any slouch by any means. I mean, Peony probably had maybe the smallest of the four. But even then, her numbers weren't nearly as, as bad as what some people would make them out to be. So it's not like, you are, firing them for purely, lack of performance. But if you were to look at everything, critically and as a case study here, the biggest thing that this type of variety streamer agency lacks is the type of output that they would have as far as what the product is. All right. So if you are not selling view time and ad time and everything else through clicks and views because of, say, like people who are tuning in for ASMR or gaming streams that are being monetized, like Letty, for example. You're essentially looking at, okay, so what are you pulling in as compensation for that, which would boil down to the three here, and maybe even to the lesser extent the two here. And Peony, again, I mean, she was always hyper focused on ASMR, so Sava was also trying to get into that as well, and as we saw on hers, every time she did ASMR, she was pulling in 34. She had one that pulled in like over 200,000. I mean, her membership one was really good. 73. I mean, it's not like 62. So, if anything, it would be, yeah, they would probably be disagreeing of, okay, how can we, force you to monetize yourself more? Which is a terrible way of looking at things, but at the same time, it's probably maybe the biggest sticking point. If you're looking at, like, okay, we're looking at maybe a possible decline in the market, which most analysts are saying that there shouldn't be a decline in virtual VTubers, but realistically speaking, you have to look at, okay, if your field and your product is not going to decline, how are you going to advance it? You're either going to have to look at advancing it through innovation, or you're going to have to look at it in the way of maintaining status quo and then monetizing the hell out of it. And honestly, The only two ways that the VTuber world seems to be focused on right now is either monetizing it so you can make the jump into like VR and 3D modeling, or you're doing like the heavily monetization because you're heavily invested into a product like what Hololive is doing, and they have literally dumped like somewhere between 30 to 50 million dollars into this whole metaverse thing that doesn't necessarily seem to be panning out right now. So I mean, it kind of feels like, there's kind of a stagnation period, but that being said, there's also several technologies that are coming out that are becoming more consumer available, so there may be some innovation of like augmented reality, 3D, virtual reality type, consumer electronics that'll be coming out within the next year that will be more readily available to people, that will connect with either live 2D models or even, make 3D modeling more efficient and more realistic, so you can actually stream with them better. So, but I mean, that's still probably like a year away at best, without having them completely glitchy. So, yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. Which image board are you referring to? Are you referring to hang on. If you could just cite the name of the image board and not the actual link, I'd appreciate that. I could check it out real quick. Oh, Reddit. Okay. Is it in KAWAII's Is it in KAWAII's image board, or is it in Okay. Is it in that major thread that they have open? Okay. Yeah, there's it looks like there's that major, I'm assuming it's this threaded here that you're referring to. Okay. Yeah, so I'm I haven't completely, okay, I see which one you're talking about. So I'm assuming it's that one. Okay. And it makes sense because, just kind of checking out various things that were said, 10 hours ago. The first one also answers Daisuke Deo, just like how she always answered or would talk. And
I stream at 8 p.m. AEST. Where do you stream?
yeah, that definitely sounds like her. Okay. Imagine being able to talk. Yeah, and Aeria is still talking about being sick. And she is talking about D&D, dancing, ASMR, survival horror, and loving M&Ms, which is all the same thing that's Peony. So that makes sense. But I don't see the other one talking about doing P streams. I'm joking.
Hello. Hi. Bye bye.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Hello. Hi. Bye bye.
That's definitely Sava. Yeah, and what's amazing is that they all seem to be kind of like still hyping up each other too, which is nice to see. I don't know if I'll be able to reach out to any of them, since I think only one of them actually has DMs turned on. I would really like to be able to reach out to one of them, but I know it's going to be almost impossible, but I would like to think that I'd be able to reach out to one of them at least, but not to get the inside scoop, but just to tell them that they have support, because I don't like this. I don't know the entire circumstances of all this that's going on, but I don't like this at all. I really don't. Three of them already had YouTube channels. Well, it makes sense. I mean, most of them, have or had YouTube channels at some point, and, dirty little secret, most existing streamers, especially if they have signed on with with an agency, either have or had a channel that they either put on hiatus, or they continue streaming on regardless of if they're working with an agency, and even even the big VTubers continue, a lot of them continue to stream with alternate aliases, regardless of who or what they're working with, or what their persona is. I've said it many times already that I could name off a minimum of 3 Hololive members right now who make well over $15,000 on the side, streaming in a non-Hololive capacity on a monthly basis. And they I mean, so and that's they stream 4 times a month and make 15 grand minimum, not doing Hololive. And that's in addition to what they make as a Hololive member, on alternate channels in a different persona, and they've been doing it for years. So it's not uncommon for a streamer to have those types of activities. It's a matter of whether or not that activity is public, or if it's a public secret, or if they choose to have 2 specifically different demographics that they try to cater to. So the fact of the matter is that, let's say for an example, and I'm going to use this term broadly, okay? Let's say for an example that because of what's happened with Gen 3, Kawaii's demographic as a whole, their fan base as a whole, takes a 25% hit because Kawaii has effectively taken out the fan base that tuned in specifically for Gen 3's activities, and I'm including fans who stuck around despite the fact that Ocean was their Oshi. Okay, yeah, perhaps they supported Ocean, they were fans of her. They didn't agree with Ocean being canned, but they still stuck around because they wanted to support the other girls. And then now the other girls are gone, and they feel 100% betrayed about what happened, and so now they're gone too. Okay, so they've taken a 25% fan base hit because of that. Okay, given the fact that Kawaii has taken out their biggest draw of their two biggest draws of Gen 3 in Ocean and now Letty. They have not only taken out half of their talent, they've taken out two of their biggest newcomers that were the biggest draws of their new talent. That were already, that they had. I'm going to be candid here. Okay, I'm going to be completely 100% candid here. Okay, because I don't want to be misleading on what I'm about to say, but I wanted to also be completely candid here. Okay, the fact of the matter is, and Ocean said this best. Sarah from Prison Project has also said this best. And there's been several other people in recent memory in last a couple of months that have probably have come out and said this best. Okay, when you are a VTuber that is working for a Japanese agency, a Japanese VTuber agency, if you have voice acting experience, it is a huge plus for you to when you're working with that kind of agency. Okay, because if you're able to sell the type of character that you are essentially embodying, and you're able to build upon that persona into a likable character to where people will buy into the character, and you make that character feel organic to where you feel like that character is authentic versus that you are just being an anime girl versus you being yourself, which embodies an anime girl. That draws the attention better than if you are just like reading voice lines as an anime girl. Okay. Now, like, say for example, and if you haven't watched it, and I don't remember if she did it as a membership stream or not, but like Sarah from Prison Project did her first ASMR stream, right? And at first you thought it was like a very serious type of, she was being very serious, and that was a very kind of like you know, serious moment ASMR stream, and she was like being very passionate, and then you started slowly, like all of a sudden you heard gunshots. You know, well, it started off, she was like talking very passionately and everything, and then all of a sudden you heard like a siren, right, in the distance, and you're like, oh man, that's such bad timing, you know. And then like the siren went away, and she, and then she started talking to you again, and then all of a sudden you heard like a gunshot, and you're like, wait, what the fuck, you know. But then it went on, and then like all of a sudden you heard it. You're like, was that a zombie? You know? And you're boom, 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 boom. You're like, wait a minute, something's not right, you know? And then you heard like the air raid bombs, sirens go off, and then, it was like the zombie apocalypse type thing, But she started off so strong, and you're like, man, this is like so deep, And it, she really had like the voice acting chops, right? It was like, and you felt it. You really, really felt it. Peony, same thing, like, you could like really, she could talk in her natural voice, and you're like, dang, man, it's like, am I listening to ASMR, or are you like really, really talking to me this way? And she's like, no, I'm not talking to you through my ASMR mic. This is just my natural voice, that kind of thing. And then the next thing you know, she's like talking to you as a yandere, and you're like, wait a minute, whoa, 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 whoa. When did you turn psychotic on me? And then it like clicks, and you're like, dang, this whole time, this whole stream was like one big, like, one big, setup to flip me into a sense of false security, so she could flip that yandere switch and catch you at the very end, and it, and the stream would be, advertised as, I'm going to be lovey-dovey with you tonight or whatever like that, right? And then like that switch will like subtly happen, but it will happen so organically, and you're like, dang, when did that happen? But she has worked on that for so long, and so eloquently, right? And there's several others that have had that kind of acting experience, that has, and even that are even able to be able to improv so well on the fly that that you could throw a situation at them, and they improv so well that you think that they've had the whole thing planned out, that they've had a contingency planned out for everything that could possibly happen. But that's the difference between, like, say, what a Japanese VTuber agency wants, and then what a organization like Visojo wants, where Visojo basically says, okay, you know what, you're a VTuber, you've shown success, we like you, you want to use our name, you can use our name, you can use our power, our name drop power, we're all united, but we believe in your individual, your individuality and your ability to create as an individual. Go at it. But if you take like a Japanese VTuber agency, they're like, no, we have an agency standard. You have to follow exactly what we want. These are our rules, our regulations. This is what we want. And if you don't follow what we want exactly, then you're out. And that's the difference. And what they want is they want you to sell at a certain level. And if you don't sell at a certain level, and if you don't sell exactly what they want, and if you don't sell, then that's it. You know, they're like, okay, you know, we're going to have to, you know, start stipulating exactly what, you know, what we signed you on here for. And then that starts begging the question, because if you look at exactly, if you look, and I'm going to point this out again, guys. If you look at Hololive English, Hololive Myth, Gen 1, Hololive Myth, how long, and I'll remind everyone in the audience right now, Hololive Myth, Gen 1, how long did it take for Amelia Watson to drop a song? Her first song. How long did it take for her to drop a song? And I'll remind you that it wasn't until they forced her to drop a song that she dropped one. Because she was doing a lot of other things that were equally attracting attention, and they were equally as powerful for PR. So they left her alone until that stopped, and then they made her drop a song. But it wasn't until they forced her to learn how to sing properly and act like an idol and sing like an idol, because Yago wanted his idol group. Did they make her learn how to sing and dance and drop a song? But those first couple years, it was more about attracting attention, PR, the campaigning, bringing more noise, making sure people had their eyes on the prize, making sure people had, you know, she had their attention, doing the fundraisers, making sure that people were like, hey, look at what we're doing, look at what we're achieving, you know. And then after that those first couple of years, they're like, you haven't done a song yet. The same thing with Ina. The same thing with Ina. It took Ina a couple of years, and then they finally made her sing and drop a song. And now, and if you look back at everything that happened with Hololive Myth up till now, even with console, moving forward, Gen 3, the process for hiring for new Hololive members, Gen 3 forward, they are requiring you, if you speak English, you must be able to speak Japanese on a business level going forward. Otherwise, you will not be considered. They say it's, you know, they say that it's, you know, because they want to have that collaboration. But it's also because they realize going forward that it's almost a must-have, because look at all the crossovers that they're starting to have, and look at all the crossovers that they've been having lately. They've been putting, you know, pairing up Mel, like for example, with more EN. they were trying to pair Mel with Ame. They were trying to pair Mel with Mori. They were trying to pair. They've been having Bay interview and do more shows with JP. Get to know type of shows and that kind of thing. She doing things with Marin and with Sora and all the other ones. They've been trying to do more crossovers with them lately, and it's kind of a veiled attempt of trying to encourage Japanese to watch English as opposed to encouraging an English audience to pay more attention to their English VTubers, which, it seems to be a very misguided attempt, because there's more English listeners watching Japanese VTubers instead of, English listeners watching English VTubers for some reason. But that's a different story. But it's very fascinating. It's very fascinating because they are so hyper focused on their Japanese audience, and this is exactly how the idol industry in Japan got so super saturated that they literally killed their own industry. Because they super saturated their own industry to the point where they broke themselves. Instead of doing the smart thing and expanding their the scope to the point where they knew that they had audiences across the world, right? They knew that they were able to have audiences across the world. And instead of expanding the audiences organically in a correct and meaningful manner, they super saturated their own audiences within their own demographic, within their own country, to the point where there was no one left. And pretty soon, it was all the same, and people stopped watching. And so now they are where they're at right now, and basically almost all the idol groups either fell apart or basically at the point where they get together, they survive for a little bit, and then they fall apart, and then they're basically jumping from one failed group to the next one. Very few of them survive, and the ones that do survive are either extremely shady or they survive for a little bit until they fall apart. And only the big ones survive because the big ones were the ones that were there from the beginning. Yeah, and honestly, I'm not going. I would not go to LA. I would not go to LA. If I were invited to go, just as just to cover the event, I would still not go to that show because I would not want to go to LA. I would refuse to go to LA because no, hell no. There is no way. I would rather sit at home with my own popcorn and say, hey, look, I am covering this from the comfort of my own home, because it's cheaper this way, I would rather have somebody, set up a drone for me in LA and allow me to control it through the internet, and I would just tour the whole thing with the drone from the comfort of my own home. That's what I would do. But to bring things around full circle, though, that's exactly why you look at a group like KAWAII. And you can see the failings happening right in front of you, right? Because if you look at KAWAII. Okay, I will say this, and I will give due where it's earned. Okay, Charlotte Suzu, despite the fact that I don't agree with a lot of her cringe concepts, Charlotte Suzu is probably one of the smartest ones of the group, where she she's not afraid to experiment, and she's not afraid to try new things in order to spice up her own activities. You know, she will still stream games on a regular basis. And she always has been like, I want to play this game, I want to do this game, I want to do this, right? But she is not afraid to sit there and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to do something different, and I'm going to take this concept or this idea, and I'm going to put a twist on it. And if people like it, I'm going to run with it. If people don't like it, hey, at least I tried. And she's not afraid to, sit there and say, hey, you know what? I'm at 20K right now, and I'm going to do a marathon stream, and I'm going to push for 50K. This is going to be a 50K marathon. I'm going to do a 50K marathon. And you're like, Charlotte, you're only at 20. She's like, so? And you're like, okay, so you're going to do a 50K marathon even though you're at 20. So you're going to stream nonstop. Well, yeah. So how long are you going to stream? Well, as long as I can. Okay. And she may only stream for like 8 hours, right? But she's not afraid to sit there and sell the idea that she is going to do a 50K marathon. And that's the idea of knowing that she only typically streams for 2 to 3 hours a night, but that particular night she's going to push herself 2 to 3 times as hard because she wants to do a marathon that night. She is like, she has like, some of the like worst opinions about things in recent history, but at the same time, she's not afraid to voice those opinions just to be either difficult or to be, to be herself. And that's enough. Yeah, by the way, thank you both of you for finding that particular info on Reddit and sharing that with us. Did was it that one? Acha. Okay. I'm gonna pin. Yeah, thank you both of you for finding that contact info for those members. I did pin that to the top of the chat for the remainder of the stream. If you are interested in looking for their Twitter handles, that will be pinned at the top of this stream for the remainder of the stream. So thank you very much. But see, that's the thing. You have to have that kind of sales pitch, right? And you can't just be a game streamer per se, right? And unfortunately, that's kind of where the failing or the fallings are of where streaming is currently at. Because when you had when you had COVID come about, And when lockdowns were happening, and especially like in 2020, 2021, when COVID was at its peak and people were like, hyper vigilant about that, completely immobilized, everything was, you were stuck in your apartments. Gaming was at its peak, and, gaming was pretty much like you were stuck in your apartment now. But, now that, people are out and about again, there's more to what people are currently looking for than just pure gaming. And so that's where the evolution of what the VTuber is and what they have to be is starting to take effect. And I think that's that's kind of where if you look at Hololive, and unfortunately it's something that a lot of us have to accept. Niji is been pushing in that direction. Hololive is definitely making the major push in those directions, and unfortunately, a lot of the other agencies are being left behind because of it. But if you look at it objectively, the major push towards doing the idol thing is unfortunately the evolution that is the next logical step in the Japanese frame of mind for the agencies, where, okay, you have made yourself an internet presence, you have made yourself an, a fan base. Now it's time for you to sing and dance in front of people in order to start making a return on investment for everything that's happening, right? And that doesn't always translate for people. Not everyone is going to be able to sing and dance on command. Some people are better than others on that kind of performance, right? If you look at someone like Fauna from the console, for a prime example, Fauna is very much not a performer of singing and dancing when she first started with the console in Hololive. She had to spend a lot of time with a voice coach and singing coach in order to get to where she is now. Even now, she's not entirely confident with her singing. However, she is in a much better position to be able to do what she is doing now because of having a singing coach. But if you look at her prior streaming career before this, she did do some karaoke, but it was a lot of karaoke with reverb, which helped mask a lot of the shortcomings. But she by and large did a lot of gaming and a hell of a lot of ASMR. So she was in a lot of that ASMR was tended to be pre-recorded. So it was not a lot of live streaming, So, that's kind of the way things were. So, you have a lot of current VTubers that are trying to readjust to where things are right now and where the industry is heading. And I think there's also a lot of worry and concern with agencies that are beginning to look at things and say, okay, we had all these projections that things are going to continue to grow. However, when you look at how COVID and the sicknesses and health related issues are being handled inside of Japan versus the rest of the world, a lot of the rest of the world is moving on with things. Whereas there are still a lot of countries that are still in a state of kind of panic mode about COVID and health related issues. And they are still very knee jerky about things because their health systems have not recovered and are still dealing with the fallout of COVID as a result. So, if you look at some of the headlines coming out of Japan, there's still some very major concerns that are happening about current COVID levels and outbreaks and hotspots and everything else. And then you also have the entirety of people concerned about letting people from China back in over there and introducing new strains that are coming in and out of China and other places because of that. And among lots of other stuff that is happening that are just the world is completely different when you look at their country versus like the United States, where the United States is mostly like, hey, we've already moved on from all this stuff, and then you have some places like even in Europe where Europe is largely moved on, but they're more concerned about the conflicts that are going on over there versus anything that may be floating around in the air right now. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are very, very much still learning how to sing. They were not hired because of their singing abilities, and because of it, they are, they were hired because they had talent in other areas. And I mean, they may have been hired with the understanding that they would eventually learn, or they would practice and gain the ability to on some level, or they would increase their talent on that level. And I think in some capacity, some of them may have even thought, okay, well, I'll get hired, I'll get my visibility, and then as soon as they push me to the point where they're gonna try to force me, I will graduate. I mean, there's people that are like that too. Well, they use that as a business opportunity. I'm not saying that any current members of Hololive or anyone else would be like that. I'm just saying that there's that possibility as well, where they will look at being hired by an agency as an exposure opportunity rather than an opportunity to get ahead because of an agency. People gotta understand that not everyone sees a hiring by an agency as my ticket. They'll look at it as a pure business opportunity, and that's the unfortunate thing as well, that we tend to look at a lot of VTubers as people that have good hearts, and not every people that are VTubers have good hearts. A lot of them, unfortunately, are just acting. And they take advantage of people, and they conceal how they really are by acting. And if you practice lying enough, you can convince people that you are sincere because you are not looking at them face to face. You are hiding behind an avatar, and it does make it easier to lie to people because you're hiding behind an avatar. And that's unfortunately how a lot of people feel deceived, because you can make an avatar look completely innocent and be lied to if you have enough practice. So it's something to be aware of. Yeah, voice training, singing lessons, cover and Niji do pay for training, voice training and singing lessons. That is true. Marine has said that when she was having her problems with her throat, and she was facing the possibility of having to graduate because of her vocal cord issues, she ended up going to voice training, and she ended up getting a voice coach and having voice training, and they were able to teach her how to they basically taught her how to speak again without utilizing the same areas in her throat that she was using that were damaging her vocal cords. And that's why she was gone for so long, is because they were basically teaching her how to breathe and how to talk again. Dancing, Fauna has gone on record and also saying that she was given dancing lessons and practice, as well as voice coaching and singing coaching, because they were at the time when she was talking about this, they were trying to get her prepared for doing their first concert. I think this was back, not this past year, but last year's concert or festival. And then Mel has talked extensively about the dance practices and the singing practices that she was given over the past couple years before she has released all these songs that she's done recently. And Hololive basically put her through a like a year and a half boot camp where so they hired Mel, right, when they first debuted her, and then she went through the entire stalking incident, and then she was gone for a little bit and then came back, and then there was another incident that happened where she was gone for a little bit, and then she missed, I think, her first and second anniversary with her group, and then she was like semi gone for a while. But during that time frame, they had also started her on singing and dancing lessons, and she went through an about like a 16-month boot camp where she was basically going to dance class and singing class almost like nonstop every single day. And on her private account, she was talking about how she would come home, and she was coming home and she had, like calluses on her feet, and she felt tired and all this other stuff. And there were times where she was getting so mad at herself because she couldn't do what they were trying to teach her, and she was pushing herself so hard to try to do what they were teaching her. She was passing out because she was trying to get it done right. But then, she celebrated her third anniversary with her group finally. And then after her third anniversary, and she was able to get all that done, then she finally started releasing her own covers and solos and everything. And, and then from that point forward, she's been releasing stuff like on a regular basis. But they put her through like I said, like almost a 16-month boot camp just to get her to that point, and that was essentially because they were trying to prep her to be like the next big thing, and they've been doing like a really massive push on her lately. Over the past, I think, like 6 months now, they've flown Mel out personally to other places, to like meet other organizations as part of like a cover corporation type of like friendship type thing. And she has mentioned flying to like Vietnam. They have flown her to like Korea. They've flown her to like several other places. And I'm just sitting here like thinking, I'm like, a couple of years ago, they were putting her through boot camp and she didn't know if she could even do this stuff. And now she's doing this, But, and one of the other things too is that, in real life, I mean, she's like a very, very, very like almost model-esque type looking girl. So I could see why they are having her go out and be kind of like an ambassador for Hololive and Covercore at the same time. But I mean, and I'm not saying that they're using her purely for her looks by any stretch. What I'm saying is that she has worked her butt off to get to that point. So props to her to be able to get to that point. But that also speaks volumes to where, again, you look at a group like like Prison Project and to an extent like KAWAII, and you look at them and you have to ask yourself, okay, what is the focus of what these other agencies are trying to achieve here? Because if the focus is eventually to get them to a productive state where you're going to push a specific goal, like to be an idol group or to be a group that is going to be producing that kind of virtual content on a regular basis, how is what you're doing now and what you've hired going to achieve that goal when you cannot hold your groups together? How is what they're doing now achieving that kind of success? Because as far as I know, the only type of success that they've had, I mean, real success that KAWAII has had, is the success of Gen 1. I mean, I personally don't know how successful Gen 2 has been, because I have not heard anything about Gen 2 other than the controversy that the two that are now gone have caused. So I don't know if Gen 2 has even done anything to the level that Gen 1 has. But I do know that Gen 3, other than just releasing their 6th-month anniversary song, is now gone because KAWAII couldn't get along with them. So it makes me wonder, what are you... I'm going to ask the question again. What are you doing? I mean, from what I know, KAWAII doesn't do much for their talent. I mean, Suzu has even said KAWAII doesn't do much for their talent. I mean, I'm sorry to say, and I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this as kindly as possible, okay? But from Suzu has mentioned this before, and we all know how blunt and honest Suzu is about her opinions, and I don't know if she was being snarky or being obnoxious or what, but some of her comments made it sound like that KAWAII does just as much, if not less, than what Vizojo does for their talent as far as them providing stuff or like support for the actual talent. And Fuzojo is mainly a brand name and not, and they are not, necessarily like an agency group that is like, I mean, I know that I'm oversimplifying it, but Fujojo like doesn't provide the same level of support that like you would hear Cover does or any color, because they are more they're more of a name that encompasses individuality versus an agency that encompasses an organization, so it's kind of like, yeah, you get a paycheck from KAWAII, but yeah. That's about all I know. That's about all I can I mean, it sounds like, if you sign with KAWAII, that you have more restrictions than you have more benefits. I mean, from what I understand, I know that too for a fact. Because I know. Well, Suzu, I remember Suzu saying that she works 3 jobs in addition to streaming. Yeah, well, Nanners was like co-founder of Zojo. She like helped co-found it, so she has like some like creative control or something like that of it. But maybe she's like I think they like I think since they're like an LLC, they have like a certain amount of like individual stock that they have or stock investments, internal stock that they have investment in it. So that's a whole different ball game. But as far as so I know for a fact that like Suzu and several others, they work multiple jobs. And from my understanding, they do get a paycheck from KAWAII, and in the form of they get a certain amount of ad revenue after taxes and all that other fun stuff, and then they get KAWAII gets their certain cut out of it. Then they also get a certain amount of their super chat money and their dono money after KAWAII gets their cut out of it. So there is a certain amount of pay that comes out of that. And then there's also the monetization portion of it, where if they play a certain game and the publisher monetizes the game for them, the publisher will support them playing the game for a certain percentage, and then they will receive a certain amount of compensation for that as a result of it. That's why they turn super chats and that revenue off, because they cannot take in additional money when it's being monetized by the publisher itself. But that being said, it's probably a significantly lower amount than if you were actually working a part-time job for those hours. So it really actually depends on how much they are taking in for that time frame, and that's why it's very hard to gauge how much exactly they are making or benefiting by streaming for KAWAII, when money is being funneled straight through Streamlabs, because unless you keep actual tabs on how much is being spent per month, and that that metric is turned on their donation page, it's and somebody's recording it, it's very hard to know. Again, I'm sure there's probably a plugin somewhere, or some kind of like extension somewhere that maybe allows you to tap into that kind of thing, but I'm not aware of what that extension is or what that webpage is. But assuming that that is out there somewhere, you would probably be able to figure that out. But it's not enough for somebody to maintain a singular job by working for KAWAII. I know, like, before I stopped watching Pina, Pina was even mentioning that she did not make enough money working for Prison Project, streaming 3-4 times a week, or even 5 times a week for Prison Project, and that she worked a couple jobs in addition to streaming for them, and that is supposedly a better agency than what KAWAII is. So even then, they seem to use a largely same or similar structure that what KAWAII is doing right now, where they use Streamlabs and YouTube in order for monetization of their streamers. But I think that they kind of do a better job, maybe, of keeping their streamers either happier or maybe even finding ways of keeping them profitable. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah, I mean, it seems to me, it kind of seems I know streamers that they so I know Japanese streamers that tend to I don't want to use funnel because funnel is kind of a bad word, but they tend to circumvent YouTube's draconian and vampiric type of monetization, and even Twitch's monetization structure, by using Streamlabs and also the Japanese version called Donru, in order to maximize the most amount of profitability for not just their agency but also for the streamer themselves. So they and especially for like Donru, for example, because Donru allows them to automatically pay the Japanese income tax straight from the donation. So what the person gets is automatically it's automatically profit, and they don't have to like pay another tax for it. And the only tax that has to be paid for is the tax of the employee themselves for their income tax, versus like the actual tax that comes from, like, if they have a tax that a funding that comes in, then they could take that right away, but then they have to pay a tax later. Whereas if they get it through Donru automatically takes out that tax off the top, and then that company can then pay their employee, and then that employee, all they have to do is pay their tax off of it instead. So it makes it a lot easier for them. So, but most of them are streamers that tend to tend to get in trouble with like YouTube for being a little too adult for YouTube. So they tend to use Donru as an alternative because YouTube takes away their monetization. But that's a different story. But yeah, 50% cuts a little bit high. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Anyways, it's a very there are so many twists and turns to this that it's very if you look at this whole mess, and that's what it is. It's a big mess. I've been saying this for over a year now. Yeah, it definitely isn't a good look. I've been saying this for well over a year now. Okay, I mean, the VTuber industry needs to take a very hard fucking look at themselves. And I'm sorry that I'm saying it like this, but it's the honest to God truth. You guys gotta take a hard look at yourselves in the mirror. Okay, stop. You guys really need to take a look at yourselves and decide, really decide what you are going to do with yourselves going forward. Because we are at a point right now where you are taking yourselves out. Okay, never mind that you are you're having your biggest stars taking themselves out. Now you're taking yourselves out. Okay, it started, and if you go all the way back, if you roll it back, if you roll it back, you had Coco take herself out by saying Taiwan was a country. And everyone got mad. Then you had Russia take herself out because one guy sent her a fucking Discord message and she didn't mute it. And everyone got mad at that. Okay, right then and there. Now, I'm not going to say who was right, who was wrong. I'm not playing that debate because I've already voiced my opinion on who was right and who was wrong back then. Okay? And by the way, I relate more with Coco than I do with anybody else. Okay, so I'm not gonna sit here and say Coco was wrong. I'm not gonna say that because I relate to her more than people realize. Okay, and I'm not gonna say Rushia was wrong because I defended her for well over a year. I've had my channel nuked twice because of her, because I defended her. Okay, so I'm not gonna play that game either. Okay. So, we're going to go past that. But I am going to say that right then and there, people in the industry should have stopped, looked, and realized that they need to make a decision right then and there. what the hell they're gonna do going forward. Because Yago already had it in his fucking mind that Hololive is like an idol group like AKB. So if Hololive is an idol group like AKB, why the hell are you treating them like fucking sex symbols? Why the hell do you keep pushing tits and ass? Because that's exactly what you're doing. Why the hell do you keep letting your talent do tits and ass? Is that the standard that everyone else is supposed to follow? Because if that's the standard that everyone else is supposed to follow, then that's the standard everyone else will follow. Okay? And that's exactly what everyone else is following. That's what Niji does. That is exactly what that's exactly what Prism does. That's exactly what KAWAII does. That's exactly what every single follower, every single shadow puppet that does everything that you guys do on Twitch does. As soon as Hajime, did the whole as soon as Gura and Hachima did the whole feet thing, every single Twitch streamer did the feet thing. Every single trend that you do, everyone else copies. So what the fuck do you think you're doing to your own industry? You have people who literally have 20 followers out there going, you can't talk to me like that because I'm an idol. No, you're not. You got 20 followers and only 2 people are watching you. You're not an idol. You are a content creator. You are a streamer. Maybe when you get to 10K. Maybe. Maybe when you get to 1,000. Maybe. But when you still only have maybe 10, 20 concurrent followers, 20 concurrent viewers, you're not an idol. When you still haven't released the song, you're not an idol. But you know what? You have all these you have these agencies out here who do all this crap. Who have all these other little people convinced that they are. And then once they sign on with groups like KAWAII, they suddenly think, "Oh, I've made it." And then they become like Ocean. And then they sit there and say, "Hey, you know what? I'm better than these other 4. I should be out in front. Screw the rest of them. You know what? I'm going to get rid of them. And I'm going to make sure all their followers leave them and they only pay attention to me. Because I'm worth it and they're not. Because I'm already ready for this." And that's exactly what Ocean did. And then as soon as they get caught doing it, they're like, "Oh, oops." That's exactly what Ocean did. Oops. I guess I got caught. Oops. That's an F in the chat for me. That's not just an F in the chat. That's you failing as a human freaking being, man. there are better ways of doing it than just making, than just, doxing your own gen mates. I mean, you could do better than that. Ocean was better than that. She had the talent. Letty has the talent. And I'm not saying Letty has done anything wrong. Hell, all 4 of these ladies have the talent. In all honesty, all 4 of them have talent. Whether or not, and I will include Ocean in on this. All 5 of them have talent. They have more talent than I do. That's for damn sure. Whether or not they will be able to make it, I mean, that's completely and utterly up to whether or not there are the right people that are watching to help them reach that potential. I honestly believe that they have the talent, and they just need the right people to help them exploit that talent and to help them to grow it. But here's the thing, all right? Yeah, that's another thing, right? Yeah, their fan base may be there to help them along the way. But the thing of it is, it's a lot different being indie and doing what they were doing, and it's a lot different being with an agency and doing what they're doing. Because if you're monetized as an indie person, the ball game is completely different. Like, for example, if they were to play like a Capcom game, or even a Koei Tecmo game, Namco game. If they were to play a Namco game or a Capcom game, Capcom and Namco will copyright claim that thing like there's no tomorrow, and they will not see a single cent off of it. They will garnish any and all money that is taken that they get from it, unless they go specifically through like Streamlabs. All right. So, but if you're with an agency and the agency gets monetization rights through it from the publisher, that's a different story. They'll at least get paid for it at some level. Or they could play it, but then just not get paid for it at all and stream it. Like if, most Nintendo games, if you stream a Nintendo game on a monetized channel, you'll never see a single cent off of it. Because Nintendo is draconian with their monetization policy. Unless you happen to have some type of ambassadorship with the specific game that you're playing. Some games allow an ambassadorship type of agreement that as long as you are actively promoting the game as a streamer, then that there is a certain level of like streaming capabilities you'll get, but it's very, very like buried in their end user agreement. So yeah, it's very, you really have to like read their end user agreement and their terms of service in order to find that stuff out. So it's very you have to read a lot of legal jargon. That's why I don't care if I'm, people are like, well, you're not even, you'll even have 1,000 subscribers to your channel. And I'm like, I don't care. I can stream whatever I want, play whatever I want. And I don't have to worry about that stuff. I mean, I pay for it out of my own pocket anyways, so it don't matter. I mean, I can, they can copyright, claim anything they want on my channel, but I can play anything I want, so it doesn't matter. It matters not to me. So, and in most cases, what I talk about, it's covered under fair use and free speech. So, you know what? Again, it doesn't matter. So, anyways, yeah. So that's that. I mean, it pretty much. There's a lot that needs to be asked about what you're doing as a whole. Independent streamers, it comes down to personal choice. As someone mentioned earlier in chat, you literally have hundreds, if not thousands, of VTubers on Twitch and other forms of streaming services now that are debuting or have graduated or re-debuted or whatever. You have your PNG tubers, you have your live 2D tubers, you have all sorts of VTubers out there now, and yeah, it has grown exponentially within the last 3 years, and it's already super saturated at this point. But that being said, you also have your groups now and your agencies out there who, if you are not brand new, you have been in the loop for at least a year now. And most of them have been in the group for a year now, if not longer. And the ones that have folded already are the ones that didn't make it because they had a weak plan or a weak business model to begin with. Groups like KAWAII have been in the game for 3 years now. You should know what the game is. You should know what the rules are. You should know what you should have some kind of agenda of what you plan on doing. And the only reason why you would fail this spectacularly is because this was, I'd hate to say it, but unless this was somebody's pet project, and they said, hey, you know what? That VTuber thing is really taking off. Let's throw some money at it and see if it works. Pretty sure AKB is a lot worse because I heard at some point 2 of their girls kissed on a live concert. Anyways, I found Gen 3's others VTuber in person. Yeah, Alvin, they there's a pinned comment at the very top. Their Twitter handles are pinned to the top. See, here's the thing though. AKB, it's one thing for AKB members to kiss each other, and I hate to say it this way, but it's one thing for AKB members to kiss each other because Yuri is considered acceptable because they're not technically cheating on anybody with another man. They're basically showing love between each other. Versus if a AKB member were to kiss a man, then it's considered them cheating on their fan base or cheating on expectations with a man, which is considered tainting their idol pureness. And that is pretty much how it's always been viewed. And if you remember, a stream that I did a while ago, wrong. Sorry, I got a couple keyboards here. That's for the other computer. Let's see here. Was this the one? Yeah, so was it? Yeah, so this one here, so this was 2013. 2013, after being found out that she, after Minami broke the unwritten rule of having finding out that she spent the night with her boyfriend. She shaved her head.
I'm sorry for making my band members, all the fans, the staff, and my family worry. I apologize to all of them. If it is possible, I wish from the bottom of my heart to stay in the band. Everything I did is entirely my fault. I am so sorry. I don't believe that just by doing this, it means I can be forgiven for what I did. But the first thing I thought was that I don't want to quit AKB48.
Yeah, and that was for breaking the unwritten rule of having a boyfriend. And then spending the night with him. And that was just 20 years ago. And she was she now is she officially got married here recently, I believe. But yeah, she was paparazzi found out that she spent the night with him, and she ended up shaving her head, made a public apology. There was another one. I'm not sure if it was her or if it was a different member. They actually had sex, and it was her, and she was stupid enough to allow her boyfriend at the time to record it. And then her boyfriend decided to leak the video online, and of course the video got out, and it went viral. And then she got demoted from AKB down to HKT48 or something like that. And and she basically spent the remainder of her idol career down there, instead of being on the top. But basically, surprisingly, they allowed her to stay. I'm surprised they allowed her to stay, considering the fact that by most accounts, people would likely, completely disown her as a fan because, of idol culture and toxicity. But that's the type of culture that Yago wants to cultivate for Hololive, and that's the type of culture that people really have to ask themselves, is, do you want that to be the main culture of the environment of VTuberism? Because you have a segmenting role here, a segmenting world that is completely out in the open right now in the VTuber world, especially in the last month. I take it back. In the last 6 weeks. Yeah, in the last 6 weeks, you've had a segmenting world that has opened up, that has become public in the last 6 weeks, that has allowed the conversation to happen within the VTuber world, that you can easily look at and say, how do we want to shape our world? Okay? Because it's important to know this and say this out in the open. And I'll go back to what I said just a while ago, that I have more in common with Coco and with K-san than most people realize, because unlike other VTubers out there, and everyone that has come and gone in my chat today will realize and understand this, I run an open chat, and everyone that has come into my chat tonight, and everyone who's come into my stream tonight, knows damn well I have not silenced or censored anybody from ever mentioning a single VTuber in my chat tonight. Every person has been allowed to say somebody else's name in my chat, and I haven't said, don't talk about that person. You can't talk about that person. How many times have you heard other VTubers say that? Don't come into my chat and talk about other VTubers. I mean, if you're going to come in my chat, you're going to talk about me. Or if I talk about someone else, then you can talk about them, but don't talk about other VTubers unless you're talking about me. And we don't do that here. We don't do that here. Because, my world, my rules, right? That's the way it is, right? Now, in the last 6 weeks, 8 weeks, what have we had to deal with in the VTuber world? We had to deal with Pikami graduating, partly because of the whole trans rights, trans bashing, trans this, trans that. What did K-san say? What did K-san say in response to all that? Okay? What did K-san say in response to that? K-san said, you know what? Us VTubers, we build and create our worlds so we can do whatever the fuck we want in our worlds. And we leave that trash at the door. Because everyone and everything is already accepted when you step into our world. You don't have to come in here and advertise that we have to accept something that you are. Because if you're going to step into our world, we want you to feel accepted here and to join us on this adventure. Right? And if you don't like the adventure that we're having, you can step back out of that door and go to the next world. And go to a world that you feel accepted. or go to a world that you feel more comfortable in. But don't come into our world and expect us to change because of you. Because we build our worlds the way we want to build them. Because this is our world. This is how we build it. Right? But here's the thing. Every person that is a VTuber builds their own world. With that in mind, unless you are an individual and think as an individual, most people simply follow the trend. Who sets the trend? The same people who are wanting to make a toxic idol culture that mimics what I just showed you. AKA Yago, AKB, Hololive. Is that what we really want? Do we really want to build a world where you have to be an idol or be a statistic? Because right now, it kind of looks like you're either an idol or a statistic. Does it not? Is this what we really want? Is this what we really want to move forward with? I could have sworn that, you know, 2 years ago, I heard a little blue-haired girl said, yeah, I remember the CEO of Production KAWAII came up to me and said, "Hey, you want to be a VTuber?" And I can't sing. I'm not an idol. And then all of a sudden, she's like, you know, I'm performing on stage and I'm singing and dancing, and now she's an idol and claiming that she's an idol. I thought she said that she wasn't an idol to begin with. Now she's an idol? That she suddenly changed her tune about being an idol really quick. And hey, if it works for her, it works for her. I mean, I'm not bashing her for doing what works for her. All right. All I am saying is, in 2022, she swore up and down she wasn't an idol and she couldn't sing. And then suddenly she was on stage, you know, 3D model or whatever in hand, singing and dancing as an idol with Gen 1. Welcome to the stream, Moonslayer. Late to the stream. Are you on the side of the graduated members or the management side? I am. Let me explain my answer to you in this way, Moonslayer. I am and always will be an advocate for the streamer and not for the agencies that are behind the streamer, unless the streamer has specifically given me a reason not to support them. Okay? Now, that being said, if the agency has provided a compelling argument on why that streamer has been let go, terminated, fired, or graduated, then I'll consider their argument. Such as the case as with Ocean when she doxed her fellow genmates. In that case, I did not and continue to not support her because of the way she doxed her genmates and slandered them online. In this particular case, I do not have all the evidence or all the information on what happened between Gen 3 and Production KAWAII. But that being said, the particular information within the press release is extremely contradictory and, quite frankly, is extremely weak, especially on the position of the agency, and considering the fact that they continued to allow their streamers to do specific streams that were in direct conflict with any potential terminations and graduation announcements. I mean, they pretty much allowed them to continue to run marathons that were completely monetized when impending graduations were very, very likely, which is in direct contradiction with what their actions did. Which leads me to believe that the entirety of Gen 3 pretty much saw the writing on the wall and said, you know what, if this is the way you're going to treat us, we're gone. And in retrospect, I believe that the actions and the early indicators that this was going to happen were self-evident, especially when Sava started talking about taking a trip and being gone for a long time, and packing things up and taking it with her. And then Peony suddenly going gorilla when she has always been very structured with her her schedule, and also getting extremely sick. And her last stream that is now privatized, she broke down and cried, which was extremely unlike her. I knew something was wrong. So there were signs that things were not right. King cover was epic. Yeah, I'll agree with that. That literally damaged the whole thing. Just as we have simps and white knights on the western side, you got gachikois in Japan. Yes, many of Gen 3 girls even had streams planned. It seemed like they were just kicked. Yep, that is extremely true. I believe, in my opinion, and again, I don't have all the info. I have not had a chance to even try to reach out to any of them. Not that they would talk to me at all. But you know, that the fact that they are now technically, well, they're soon to not be associated with KAWAII in the near future. I mean, there is maybe a small possibility that they may, you know, at least, you know, talk to me. I don't know if they will, you know, and I'm not going to sit there and press them for information on this. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to, like, try to squeeze info out of them or anything. But I do want to, you know, voice my support for them because I you know, if you're new to my stream, okay, and I know that there's several people I have not seen in a long time or are brand new to my stream. If you're new to my stream, I want you to know right now that I, by and large, support and encourage small streamers first and foremost. Okay, I started off watching VTubers by watching some of the biggest ones out there. Okay, I will admit that I started off watching Koroni, I started off watching Gura, I started off watching Mori. I mean, if I'm going to be completely honest, you know, my Oshi is Roboko. I will marry her in a second if she came up to me and said, "Hey, you know what? I'll give you one chance to marry me. I will drop everything right now and I'll leave and go to Japan. I will become a Japanese citizen so I can marry her." Okay, that I mean, I'll admit to that. Okay, no, I mean, I don't care. That I'll admit to it. Okay, I yes, I just admitted my love for Roboko. Okay, Roboko, I love you. Roboko daisuki, 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 daisuki. I'm sorry, but you know what? I was mad at her I was mad at her when she did not stream on Valentine's Day because she was like no, on White Day because she was getting ready and practicing for the festival, right? I was mad at her. I was like, you know, and you know, and then I actually I was like, where were you? I wanted to like, you know, I wanted to return, you know, my love to you. and you know, I and a lot of other people are like mad too because she didn't stream that day, right? And she tweeted out, you know, I'm sorry, I was trying to prepare for you know, my best performance for you guys for the festival, right? And everything, and like I sent her a super chat later, and I apologized and all this other stuff to her, you know, and she was like apologizing. She's like, I'm sorry. I was trying to do my best for you guys for the festival. I did not know it meant so much for you guys for me to stream that night, you know, and stuff like that. And she liked one of my tweets, and I apologized to her, you know, and that's why I love about her, because like, you know, if she tries to like at least read everything that is like posted to her, and that's, you know, even though she's like this huge, you know, she has lots of fans and stuff like that. I mean, that's what I love about her the most, and she's always seemed to like she cares about her fans. Anyways, so what was I talking about? So yeah. Anyways, I mean that's one of the biggest things, though. I mean, you have like people out there who like really like love their VTubers, and then you have like people who are like completely obsessed with wanting to support them, right? And for me, I started off watching those big VTubers, but as I started watching them, and I started seeing just how impressive the VTubers are, I started seeing just how many VTubers that were out there that were just trying to make it, right? And I started meeting so many small VTubers that were just incredible people that were just trying to make it and just trying to survive and just trying to, you know, break into the industry, or just trying to get noticed, or just trying to, just trying to find their way in the market. And I've met some incredible people this way, you know. I mean, I've met I've met several people who like it. You guys will hear me now. I'll refer to them like my little sisters. They speak Japanese, but I spend every morning playing games with them, and I talk to them. They talk to me. We play games together. You know, we don't do actual collaborations together. You know, we're not collaborating, but you know, I'll participate with them. I'll chat with them. They'll laugh at what I'm saying. You know, I've started learning Japanese because I'm trying to communicate with them. They're trying to learn English so they can communicate back with me. I mean, there's so many small VTubers. I mean, some of them are, you know, they have maybe like 1,000 followers or subscribers. You know, some of them 500, 600, 800, you know, but they're incredible people. You know, they're extremely incredible people. And I will support them. I support them like nonstop. I have pulled all the money out of that I spend on people like KAWAII people, like KAWAII members, you know. I have pulled all that money out and I've redirected it towards people, these small VTubers like them. Because I want to help them live that dream just for a little bit. Even if it's just, you know, that help them get by and help support their channels while, you know, either they're trying to get bigger or they're trying to, you know, live that dream of becoming somebody's famous, or at least, you know, try to meet specific goals that they have in life, you know, just to feel, you know, special for a little bit. I mean, to be able to help somebody live that dream for a little bit is more important to me than spending $100 a month on somebody who has 1 million subscribers and makes 20 grand easy off of those people. You know, I mean, my $100 isn't going to do nothing for them. My $100 might help them pay their taxes, maybe. I don't know. But that $100 is definitely going to help that small streamer, you know, help pay the bills for the next month. One of my good friends right now, she's you know, just trying to make ends meet right now. $100 a month would help her buy groceries. You know, she can't even stream because she's working 3 jobs to make ends meet. So she had to either work 3 jobs to make ends meet, or quit one of those jobs, not make ends meet, and be able to stream, but have to skip, you know, and only eat 1 meal a day, which is what she was doing at one point. And I told her, I said, you can't do that. I said, I will send you money, you know, so you can eat. And she's like, no, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm like, well, you need to eat. Because all she was doing was eating rice a day. That was it, rice. And I'm like, that is not healthy. You need to care more about your health right now. So you either need to let me send you money, or you need to take care of your health. I said, you need to pick one. I said, I will help you live your dream, but you need to let me help you, or you need to help yourself. You know, and that's where I'm always at. And that's why I got mad. And I'm sorry that I'm going on this tangent right here. But that's why I got mad at Pina Penguin, okay? A prison project. All right? And I'm not going to go on this tangent too long, all right? Because I'm not going to explain every single thing that happened. But, long story short, there were a lot of bad things that happened that I have proof that she did, all right? And one of those things is that she basically blocked me from being able to talk to her without paying I had to either super chat or donate money in order for her to see my messages. And that money that I spent should have been going to the person that I was just talking about. Because when I look back at the amount of money I had spent on Pina over that time span, I had spent an average of $150 on her a month. Had I donated $150 a month towards this other person, that person would have been able to eat. And she would not have had to go on hiatus because of her health. But instead, somebody decided to monetize me. Okay? And I know people don't want to hear that. And I know people are like, no, that's not true. That you know, whatever. And I know a lot of people hate me because of me claiming that. And I got 6 hours of video proof, unedited video proof of how she was able to do this and how she does this to other people. Okay? But I'm not going to go into that because that's not what this video is about. Okay? But that's the proof of that's the point of the matter, okay? Because people, especially if what, and I know that several of you mentioned this earlier, okay? And we're not going to get into the entire arguments of whether or not I'm lying or telling the truth, or, you know, how much of, you know, things are correct or not correct or whatever, okay? But I know several of you have mentioned this before, okay? If Project KAWAII was looking at these ladies and saying, you guys are not making enough money, the pressure could very well be on to these ladies to find ways to monetize their audience, okay? If that is true, and per se, I discovered one of the ways, say, Pina Penguin was monetizing her audience, and I exposed that, that could very well have been why I got blackballed so hard and quick as I did. Okay? Now, I'm not opening up that can of worms, all right? But that being said, if that pressure is being put on people like Production KAWAII, like Prison Project, so on and so forth, by these agencies, and I'm not saying that Pina or any of these ladies are bad people, okay? I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, if this is something that could be the deciding factor of why they could not come to an agreement, it could very well be that the 4 ladies looked at what they said and said, we are not going to treat our dear listeners this way, and decided to walk. Okay? I want to be very clear on that. Because if that is exactly what happened here, it could very well be that they decided that, you know, they were told, in not so many terms, you know, the management team and Gen 3 had a disagreement over the directions of the production, and after multiple discussions and meetings, Gen 3 has determined that it remains difficult to continue their VTuber activities in Production KAWAII. We, the management team, therefore have decided to respect their decisions to part with the company and wish them luck. Wish them luck in their future endeavors. It could very well mean that because of the way management said, you must further monetize your listener base in order to get more money out of them, and they in turn said no. It could very well be that they said, you either monetize them or we're cutting you loose. And they said, okay, we're walking. This is speculation, okay? But that being said, it would make a lot of sense, considering that, you know, this past couple weeks, you know, especially this past week, you know, suddenly there was a counter on Peony's stream of, you donate $1, I do one jumping jack. You know, you donate once I hit, I think it was like $500 donations. I speak in a low ASMR voice or something for the entire stream. You know, I know that Sava had similar counts on that. You know, Peony had this like this membership or subscriber counter thing that was supposedly like for February that she never changed. Even though it was like already April and she was still short on that. So I'm not sure what that was about, but I'm assuming maybe that was like a goal that she was told that she had to aim for or something. I'm not sure what that was about. Yeah, so I mean, it could very well be that there were like, you know, things that they were trying to push them for, and the only one that really made it that far or made it to that point was Letty. But Letty like really like went gung-ho with everything, and she was already pretty hot to begin with. So you know, the expectations, she was maybe the only one that really surpassed those expectations. Gen 3 was extremely smart. So yeah. It's incredible how quickly the other girls threw the 4 under the bus when they graduated, and how the 4 hasn't said a single bad word about the agency in Twitter. So I have not, I have not checked out the other girls. Are you, Moonslayer, are you referring to like Gen 1 and Gen 2 of KAWAII? Or are you, are you referring to them like on their streams or on Twitter? Or it doesn't really say much at all, and all of them deciding this at the same time. What? I just realized Gen 3 were super smart. They looked at what happened to Nina. Don't use company resources to talk to each other. Do not stream while working for KAWAII. Do not make incriminating tweets. So yeah, you really have to. So you really have to like be careful with how you do things. Like if you are going to, you know, specifically talk and communicate, you know, you need to specifically do it in manners that are not either not traceable, you know, secure from end to end, or you know, utilize resources that are not affiliated with the company that you are currently with. Otherwise, it's all incriminating, Gen 1 2 released a video that pretty much that are pretty mean-spirited, and they also posted about it on Twitter. Meanwhile, Gen 3 on their new accounts didn't really say bad things. Gen 3 always seemed to take things rather professionally, or rather turn the other cheek, per se. They never really seem to be like, even with the whole ocean thing. They talked about it. They talked about how they felt, but they also seem to be more like, looking towards the future, and be more that they acknowledged things that happened, and how it affected them, but they wanted to continue to strive for their best. It always seemed like they were like that, versus trash talking or talking down to other people. So let's look at So let's look real quickly at let's see, that's Charlotte, you don't have boobs that big. I don't know why you keep putting pictures up like that. Sorry. I just pulled up her Twitter account. So let's look at Nene's tweet here real quick. So according to Nene here, hi, this is Nene, member of production KAWAII Gen 1. I am equally shocked and pained by this decision by Gen 3 as the fans are. Production KAWAII has a plan to grow as a company, and Gen 3 did not agree to this despite initial agreement from them. Management, as well as Gen 1 and Gen 2, tirelessly attempted discussions with Gen 3 to no avail. The fact that Gen 3 have decided to collectively leave Production KAWAII so suddenly, despite all the efforts they have put in, as well as all the trust placed in them, leaves us a deep scar in our heart. As a founding member of Production KAWAII, my genmates and I have gone through many trials and tribulations in order to bring Production KAWAII where it is today. Despite all this, we did not give up and never stopped reaching for the stars. Gen 1 and Gen 2 will continue to work hard in order to bring happiness to all of our fans every day. That's not true. I can reassure you that the remaining members of Production KAWAII are here to stay. Personally, I would like to let you know that I very much treasure this opportunity I've been given to be your angel, and will protect this role with all my heart. Now, that I do believe. I would be very happy if you would continue to support Production KAWAII as we move forward on this matter. Now, there's a couple of things you can glean from her statement here, okay? Now, I do not 100% trust everything that Nene says, purely because Nene, Nene speaks in character all the time. Okay, so you need to take what she is saying here with some grains of salt, because number one, she's speaking in character. Number two, she is speaking in a role as a founding member, and so she is naturally going to protect the company she's working for. And three, she has gained a great amount of popularity with her character and her role, and as probably the most popular character and member of her generation, she's gonna talk like the leader and center of her generation, as opposed to being honest. So, but there are still some things we can glean from her comments here, okay? So, with that in mind, according to Nene, Nene claims that production KAWAII had plans to grow as a company, okay? And that Gen 3 did not agree with this, okay? Which is not true, okay? Because, number one, if you are part of an organization, you want your organization to grow and to profit. Otherwise, you are not going to be able to grow and profit along with that organization. Similarly, if your organization does not grow and profit, you in turn will stagnate along with that organization, and that organization will fail. Okay, so the statement itself makes no sense. And to further that statement is purely made in order to diminish and to demean the person and people that she is trying to address and make comments on here. Okay, so that statement is completely unfounded and uncalled for. Okay, so further, Gen 1 did not agree to this despite initial agreement from them. Okay, so according to Nene is claiming that Gen 3 initially agreed to be part of Project KAWAII, which is true. You know, you sign on with an agency in order to help them grow, and in turn they give you opportunity and a chance to grow with them, which is true. Any person that signs on with an agency or a talent agency or any kind of company, you're signing on with the understanding that you are helping them grow, which in turn allows you to get an opportunity to grow with that company, which is true. Okay, but that is true with any organization or any company or any employment that you agree to work for. That is a true statement across the board. It's grown up talk. It's not that hard, okay? So despite the initial agreement from them, management as well as Gen 1 and Gen 2 tirelessly attempted discussions with Gen 3 to no avail. Okay, so supposedly Gen 1 and Gen 2, along with management, supposedly talked tirelessly with Gen 3 regarding some type of roadblock that Gen 3 either did not agree with or Gen 3 could not come into agreement with, which caused them to have some kind of falling out. Okay? At no point has that been self-evident, which means that either this happened purely behind the scenes, and this had absolutely no effect on anybody whatsoever. And this just suddenly came to a head in the last couple of weeks. Or, number two, this was something that came as a falling out post-Ocean, which it could very well be the case. And that being said, that you would literally look at anywhere from February up until today, which February, March, April, so within the last 3 months, and that would kind of make sense. But if you look at growth, membership potential, or membership growth, and channel growth, as well as retention of each one of the channels, the strength and the amount of retention along the way does not reflect the fact that these people were in any kind of imminent danger of losing their fan base. So this had to have been some kind of business decision or some kind of perhaps monetary type of decision within the backdrop of things that counter what the viewership numbers actually reflect. Okay? And also the fact that supposedly idea-based, I know for a fact that idea-based, people like Peony had already been reaching out to many other people along the way, including other genmates, to do more collaborations with one another in order to build stronger bonds and connections with people. But the fact of the matter is that with people being so spread out across multiple time zones and everything else, it was very hard for people to even interconnect with each other because people are in different time zones. So how could you tirelessly reach out to one another unless you're just simply dropping messages and waiting for people to respond to one another? And also the fact that, again, your management is in a completely different other time zone. So a lot of times these people are waking up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning just to have these kinds of meetings with them. For you to claim that you are, tirelessly reaching out to them, I mean, of course they're going to be tired for one thing, but then the other thing is you're trying to, give this perception that as a senpai, you have this overreaching, overarching, concerned nature when there has been almost no indication from anyone of Gen 3 that any of you guys even bothered to even reach out to them after the whole Ocean incident. I mean, I even asked several of them, haven't any of your senpais even bothered to help you with any of the stuff you've been going through? And 2 of them said no. So I'm sorry, my little angel Nene, but I call bullshit on this. I asked 2 of the 4 after the Ocean incident because 2 of them were extremely lost. And I asked them, I said, can't you ask one of your senpais? Haven't any of your senpais talked to you about this? And 2 of the 4 said no. So I call bullshit. When are you talking to them? When were you talking to them? I'm sorry, Nene, but you know what? from every indication I have ever seen about Gen 1, you guys are completely 100% isolated in your own little worlds, unless you guys absolutely need to reach out from those little worlds. I'm sorry. I'm being truthful here. I'm not being mean, okay? I am not being mean. I am being objective. I'm calling bullshit. Because every single person in Gen 1, unless they have to leave their own little world, and again, this is not a bad thing. I said it earlier. We build our own little worlds. We create our own little rules for our own worlds. And if people don't like it, they can leave that world and go to a different world. That's exactly what Nene and every single other person does in Gen 1 too. They have built their own little worlds, and they've isolated and insulated themselves in those worlds. If they don't have to leave those worlds, they don't leave those worlds unless they are forced to or compelled to by management or an outside force to reach out of those worlds because they are obligated to. And when they're obligated to, then they do it. I mean, Suzu says that herself. Corporate mandated tweet. And she's being snarky, but you know what? That's exactly what it is. It's a corporate mandated tweet. When she is mandated to do something, that's what she does. But she doesn't do more than she has to do. Yeah, she's away camping. Or whatever it is that she's doing. But you know what? It doesn't mean that she doesn't do any less or any more than what she's mandated to do. She will do, only enough that she's mandated to do, and that's it. And that's okay. Don't get me wrong. I'm not bashing her for this, okay? But that being said, that is how she knows. And that's kind of like what Kiara and what Mori and what several other people in Hololive do. Okay? They know that if you stay in your lane and you don't deviate from that lane and you do only what you have to do when you are told to do it, you can avoid most of the mess on the side of the road. But if you deviate from that lane and you say, hey, you know what? That's garbage. That's garbage. I better pull over and pick it up. That means you're stepping in that garbage. That means you have to pick up the garbage. You're obligated to pick up the garbage because you've seen it, you pulled over, and now you have your hands on it. Which means, you know what? Every other person that's going by, they have now seen that you are standing in garbage and you have your hands on it and you're picking up garbage, so you better pick up the rest of it. Otherwise, they're going to say, hey, you know what? They didn't pick up all the garbage. They didn't pick it up. They only picked up some of it. Why didn't they pick up the rest of it? That's the exact same analogy. If you stay in your lane and you keep going straight ahead, unless you're told you gotta pull over, you stay in your lane. People don't like that idea, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you don't like that idea. But that's exactly what Nene, what Elsa, what Charlotte, and the rest of Gen 1, they understand that. They understand that because they know this is the limit of what KAWAII is going to be able to give me. So if I stay in my lane and I keep going in the direction that they're telling me to go, I can maximize my potential in KAWAII. I'm Gen 1. I'm Gen 1. I don't need to jeopardize anything. If KAWAII gives me more benefits, well, because and I'm still here, if KAWAII gains more for me, and I'm still here because I'm Gen 1, I'm still in my lane, I'm going to keep going straight ahead. I'm going to keep gaining more benefits. There's no need for me to get out of my lane. They understand that. They don't need to they don't need to gain their perks. They don't need to earn their merits. They don't need to climb those mountains, because that mountain, they're blazing the trails on that mountain. So they stay in that lane. Everyone else that comes behind them, everyone else, they either have to get in that lane with them, or they're trying to fight for something new and different in that company. And if they don't stay in that lane and they're fighting for something different, or they're fighting for something better, that's when the conflict happens. And if Gen 1 is sitting there and saying, no, you don't understand, if you don't listen to what we're telling you, then you know what? Management's not going to like this, and you're probably going to get kicked out of here. That's what Nene's talking about. Because Nene and Gen 1 know, okay, you know what? This is what management let us get away with. And if you don't listen to us and you want to do this instead, and management is not going to like this, and management doesn't like this, then you know what? You're on your own. That's what Nene's talking about. You know, I mean, that would be like, you know, you coming up to me and saying, hey, you know what? I think I'm gonna ask. And since you mentioned Fubuki, okay, so I'm gonna say it like this, all right? That's like you come up to me and say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna ask Fubuki out tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna ask her out. And that'd be like me going, you know, Fubuki's gonna say, no, we're just friends, right? You know, she's gonna say that. And you're like, no, man, I got a chance. We've been talking really much. We've been talking a lot, man. I think she really likes me. I'm like, no. Everyone's just a friend to her, man. You know that. You're like, no. You understand? This is different. I got a real chance here. I'm like, okay, I'm just letting you know that if you don't listen to me and you go ask Fubuki out, Fubuki's going to turn you down. She's going to say, no, we're just friends. You're going to be heartbroken. And I'm going to say, I told you so. And you're like, whatever, man. And you walk off and you ask her out, and she go, no. You and I just friends. We friends. And you look at me and I go, throw my hands up in the air. They told you so. And that's pretty much what Nene is saying right now, okay? Because everyone is friend zone. Everyone is friend zone. We're all friend zone, you know. But that's how it is. It's not a bad thing if you are looking purely from a, how can I maximize my business or my profitability or my, you know, my benefits of this whole situation. Okay? So don't take it like, you know, I'm bashing Gen 1. Because, I mean, if you really think about how Suzu thinks, she looks at everything from an analytical business perspective. Okay, she looks at it and like, okay, how can I maximize my potential of making the most amount of profit and business in a business sense, because I'm trying to juggle multiple jobs, being a VTuber, and making the most of my time. Okay. That's Suzu's. That's how Suzu always thought. And people always ignored that about her, because, they always looked at her and like, no, she's too cute for that, or she's too obnoxious for that, or she's too, whatever for that, she's too pawn for that, but she was smart. She was very smart, and she was always looking at how she can maximize her time. And the way she figured that out was, I gotta stay in my lane, and I got, you know what? I'm gonna innovate myself as a VTuber, I'm gonna innovate my product as a VTuber. I'm gonna stay in my lane and make sure that what I do is unique, innovative, and most of all, is accepted by KAWAII. So I don't have to deal with anything on their end that could possibly rock the boat. That way I can get my product out and then worry about my other jobs. That's what it was. And that works for her. And that worked for her for, 2.5, 3 years now? And that's why she has survived and prospered for as long as she has. Because she's smart like that. And that's a good thing. I don't know about Fubuki, but I do think that Fubuki has been given enough leeway and enough. There's enough. So, you have enough. Fubuki has enough exposure at this moment where she, if something were to happen, it would cause a significant outcry from the audience, from the listeners, because I mean, there was a comment that Fubuki made, right? Fubuki made a comment that some people tried to take out of context a while back, and it was a simple word, and the word had a double meaning, but the double meaning was so archaic that she used the word as part of lore. It's basically all it was. It was she used it in the context of lore as she was talking about a game that she was playing, and somebody tried to spin it out of context and tried to make it go viral. And it was squashed so significantly by the online community because of how endeared she is by the community as a whole, that person literally got doxxed by the very people that they tried to get riled up, and that person basically ended up that person basically got doxxed and like disappeared from the what was it it was not the image board, but was it the two channel or whatever it's called, the Japanese version of Reddit. I forget what it's called, but yeah, they basically doxed themselves. Correct and add the dash of you bot shame. Sorry, Marko. I meant that in irony. I don't think she said anything about Coco or Rishia. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, anyways, let's continue here now that I've finished going on that tangent. The fact that Gen 3 have decided to collectively leave production KAWAII so suddenly, despite all the efforts they have put in, as well as the trust we placed in them, leaves a deep scar within my heart. Now, according to this, okay, now she posted this at 8:41 this morning, so roughly 12 hours ago. This seems to indicate that collectively, and I guess I was pretty spot on with this because I was only guesstimating based upon the press release, that Gen 3 collectively decided to walk. Nene is pretty much confirming, based on her statement here, that Gen 3 decided to collectively walk because of whatever disagreements they had with production KAWAII. Now, since they decided to walk, that makes me assume that whatever decision was made seems to be that it seems to be that the decision was made suddenly. Sava decided to take her quote-unquote trip to Europe. Was it started last week or the week before? So it kind of seemed like she was anticipating something might happen, but it could also have been that she had left, to take a leave, while these discussions were happening. So it could, it doesn't sound like it was, at least in some aspects, it doesn't seem like it was premeditated, like, this was planned out several weeks ago and then it just suddenly happened today. It almost, let me rephrase that. It doesn't seem like they knew that they were going to do it today and that they had planned it or that it was anticipated several weeks ago. It does feel like Sava, and I'll state why I feel this way here shortly, but it does feel like Sava was questioning herself in content creation, and she was trying to figure out why or how she could do better. And I say that because she made a comment several weeks ago in almost kind of a panic state, where she felt like her content and her viewership count had been dropping, and she was trying to figure out how she could turn it around. And it made me wonder if perhaps somebody, either mentioned something to her, it was brought to her attention, or she was looking at her own analytics and panicking about something. But when I looked at her analytics from a third person view, it almost seemed like her analytics reflected the content drop or the viewership drop because of the vintage games that she was playing. But when she was doing her chat streams and her ASMR, the viewership would spike back up again. So I always told her, I said, well, here's where it seems like things are improving. Here's where things are dropping down. So perhaps if you change things up with the types of games you play, or, perhaps even the types of streams you do, because you seem to like to really interact with your audiences, perhaps this will help you along the way, that kind of thing. But it doesn't seem like, those types of suggestions were ever made towards her. And the way that she commented when she was worried about this stuff, it always seemed like it was, she was being told, well, your viewership's down, do something about it. It never seemed like suggestions were being given to her, or ways of fixing things. It always seemed like she was always told, these are the bad things that are happening, do something about it. But they were never given any kind of ways of perhaps solving the problem. It was always left up to her, so it never quite made sense, and Peony always seemed like she was always self-doubting herself with everything that that was being made, and that it was never good enough. And it was like, okay, so why are you always being down on yourself when you keep improving on everything that you do? Everything, your quality always seems to be going up every time you work on something. Why are you always being down on yourself? You always seem to be like gaining followers or gaining views, so where's the negativity coming from? I mean, were the talks always, how bad they were doing? I mean, I'm trying to figure this out. I mean, every time it seemed like they would say something, the only thing I would read is like how negative the feedback it was that they were getting, and how they were doubting themselves. Something sus happened. I'm thinking it was about 3D or something similar. You mentioned outfits before. Genuine outfits seem to be linked to sub accounts, which I'm not a fan of. Interesting. Peony seemed to be really lonely. Peony did seem to be really lonely. Also, membership posts about no one talking to her. Could have been about Peony seemed to generally be I don't want to call her antisocial. I would rather call her I don't want to call her antisocial. I would rather call her She always seemed to be isolated. Almost like she was. I don't want to call her socially awkward either. Introverted, yeah, introverted would be a very good word for her. Okay, so I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share something with you guys real quick, okay? Because I so I was really shocked when she did this. Okay, so I'm surprised that we got away with this. But if you I mean, it doesn't really matter now because the channel is going to get privatized at the end of the month. But so she did Among Us for one of her membership only streams, and shockingly, she did the she actually did the whole TeamSpeak thing, which I was always told was a big no for any quote unquote idol or VTuber idol. I mean, it don't matter now. I mean, she's already graduated. You know, I mean that whole thing is, yeah. I mean, she had us download it. I mean, it's already happened. So I mean, it's still up. So I mean, so anyways, yeah, it happened. I mean, people know about it. People have heard us. People know that I've like done it. You know, people know that. I mean, people know that I was part of that stream. So I mean, that stream's been up for a couple months now. So, but anyways, she I mean, we didn't actually talk about anything important. It was purely who was sus, who was not sus, that kind of thing. All right. So I mean, you couldn't talk to anybody other than the meetings for it. Okay. Now, that being said, there were some parts where when you're waiting in the waiting room, right, for the next game to start, and she would forget to mute herself or mute the chat or whatever like that. So I would make some really just dumb comments or something like that because I could hear her talking. And she would and I was making her laugh, this really just making her laugh and giggle and stuff like that. And one of the things was we played that game, that tag version of the game, and the very first game that we played, I was the monster. I was sus. I was it, right? And I had to try to get all the other people. So I was trying to chase them all around. I've never played the tag version of it, and Peony ran past me, right? And I missed her on the first time, so I turned around and I tried chasing after her, and I'm chasing after Peony, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get you, bah! And then Peony's screaming, you can hear her screaming and stuff like that, and she kept zigzagging in front of me. And I found it so cute that she was doing that I just couldn't bring myself to kill her. So I just chased her around the entire time. And I told her afterwards, I gotta tell you the truth, you're just being so cute, I couldn't kill you. Yeah. But it was it was really funny because when she had other people to talk to when she was playing, she sounded like she was full of life, guys. She sounded like she was having the most fun time in the entire world. She sounded like she was full of life. She sounded like she was just, she sounded like a different person, you know? And I kind of hope, I really do. I kind of hope that, because she is, you know, now in a new life and maybe even in a better position, perhaps she'll be able to, you know, be able to kind of, you know, break out of that shell maybe that she was in, or that isolation that she was in, and maybe even, you know, be able to, you know, to be more open, be able to talk to more people, you know, maybe even be able to interact with her audience a bit more, in a way that she can find more rewarding and less restrictive than what she's at right now. And I know that it's kind of, you know, I know it's a sad moment for everyone that she, you know, Peony herself has been kind of, you know, been taken away from us. But at the same time, I do think that it's kind of like how I always try to bring perspective towards things that happen, like with Rushia, you know, that ended up being Mikimiko, that ended up being Nazuna. Same thing with Coco, that, you know, returned to being Keisan. You know, even with you know, with the way that you know, we lost Pikami, you know, hopefully, you know, Pikami is able to go to bigger and better things in her life, be able to find more richer and fulfilling things in her life. You know, same thing with these four, that they're able to, you know, take it to the next level and be able to, you know, find more fulfillment with what they're doing. Because regardless of how corporate and mean-spirited and maybe even a bit of how twisted that, you know, messages like this can be from, you know, the remaining members of production KAWAII, you know, if I am able to look at this and know for a fact that it's what they're saying is not true, just by what I'm reading, then it gives me the ability to have a little bit more faith in those four, even though I haven't heard their side of the story. Because if I can tell just by what I'm reading, that it's either a half truth or not truth, you know, not true at all, then, you know, there has to be a reason why they're lying. And that reason is either because they're covering up what the actual truth is, or because they don't want us to hear from what the actual truth is from the other person. And if the other person's not able to tell us the actual truth, then their actions after the fact are going to be what determines whether or not we're going to be able to trust them going forward. Okay? Because you got to remember something, okay? It's the actions of the person that speak louder than the words that they say. All right? And I mean that in a literal sense, because, you know, you can have Nene and any of these other people, you can trot them out and have them say or type out whatever it is they want to say, or what they want them to say. But it's what, you know, it's what Peony and what Sava and what Lete do and say, and how they act and respond in the days to come, that will reflect whether or not their integrity and their and their personalities reflect if they are actual victims of the situation, or if they are at the actual instigators of what the result is. Okay, if they were to come out and be completely obnoxious and aggressive, and they were to go on the offensive and attack, then that would automatically give them the presumption and give people the opinion that, yeah, they're instigators. They're just sitting here instigating. I mean, Nene came out and said, hey, we tried talking to them and they kept on refusing. And now look at them. They're sitting there and they're throwing crap. They're throwing shade. I mean, what else are we supposed to think? If they're throwing shade and they try talking to them, they didn't respond, they didn't want to work with them, they're throwing shade. No, I think Peony and Sava and Lete and they're all going to be smarter than that. They're going to let KAWAII talk their trash. They're going to let, Gen 1 and Gen 2, spew their lies. Because, they obviously felt that whatever, they're trying to sell them and make them sell was complete bull. And so they walked. They're like, you know what? You paired us together with somebody who doxed us. And you got rid of them. But then our working conditions didn't improve any. We basically had to recover for ourselves. You didn't give us any support from this. Our senpais didn't give us any support from this. We basically had to recover on our own. We had to survive on our own. We only had each other to turn to, and now you're expecting us to do more shady stuff after having to go through all that. No, we're not going to put up with it. We're walking. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it looks like to me. Oreo, welcome to the stream. Yes, I am very super sad right now. I am extremely pissed, but I am a lot calmer after ranting for over 4 hours, crying, and then also talking a lot of this stuff out. But yes, I am also extremely super sad right now as well, because this makes 2 years in a row that I have spent the majority of February, March, and April talking about this kind of stuff. After saying, hey, you know what? 2023 is starting off pretty good. Remember when I said that and I knocked on wood? And then all of a sudden, Pick and Me, graduated. And then all of a sudden, I had the whole peanut incident. And then now this. Oh, mercy. Oh, mercy. Oh my gosh. So anyways, let's move on. Let's see what else. Let's also review what else Nene had to say here. Gen 1 and Gen 2 will continue to work hard in order to bring happiness to fans every day. So what you mean by this, Nene, is that the what's left of Gen 1 and Gen 2 will try to bring happiness each and every day, because that's the only thing that's left of KAWAII after KAWAII has fired pretty much over half of your fellow gen mates. So okay. Personally, I would like to let you know that I very much treasure this opportunity that I've been given to, which I believe because you are the most popular one out of your entire agency. And you'll protect the role with all your heart, and I believe you will do that as well, because you are pretty much the heart and soul of your agency, because you are pretty much the most popular one. At least out of Gen 1. I'm not sure about Gen 2, but anyways. Yeah. So, yeah, you know, I know folks are commenting, but YouTube just loves randomly disabling comments on my videos. You know, I have never had that problem, Suzu, but yeah, I kind of think that I don't want to comment on that. Yeah, okay. So yeah, let's listen to what you have to say, because I want to. Due to the speed in which we need to make this video, talents, blah, 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 are not able to record a statement. However, they stand in agreement with the statements in this video. We have written these words together. Okay, yeah. So I want to hear what you guys have to say, because I've heard that this is pretty mean-spirited. So let's listen.
This is production KAWAII, Generation 1 and 2. Given the recent announcement that has been made regarding the sudden graduation of talents Peony Aeria, Miryuu Kotofuji, Safari, and Aeria Ch, we remaining talents at production KAWAII have written our own joint statement to clarify what happened and explain our perspective. First, we would like to take a moment to express our most sincere apologies to the fans of these 4 girls. We understand that it is surprising, and we know it may take a long time to heal from this shock. We are also shocked by this outcome, as we were completely blindsided by Gen 3's decision.
On Tuesday, March 28, 2023, we noticed that the members of Production KAWAII Gen 3 had suddenly canceled their scheduled streams seemingly all at the same time without prior warning. Nobody in Gen 3 had spoken with Gen 1, Gen 2, or management about the reason for this.
Wait. So, wait a minute. Okay, so she is claiming that everybody in Gen 3 suddenly canceled their stream on March 28th. Okay, wait. So, you're claiming that everybody in Gen 3 canceled their stream on March 28th. Suddenly canceled their stream on March 28th. When was March 20th? Let's see. Peony. Oops. Wrong keyboard again. Okay. So, because I want to follow this. I'm not gonna just like automatically accept this as truth. Okay. So March 28th was alright, so that was last Tuesday. So that was a week ago. See, 1 week. See, week 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days ago. So 11 days ago. Okay, so 11 days ago, Peony That's a lie. That is a bold-faced lie. That is a complete bullshit lie, because Peony was live 11 days ago. She did her ASMR stream 11 days ago live. I can prove that to you. Oh, that's 27th. Okay. So 11 days ago. Okay. That was 11 days ago. So March 28th. Now, what time zone is she referring to here? Because this is 11 days ago. So either she was not streaming that day, the very next day, or let's see here. Yeah, time zones into account. Okay, so where's her calendar? See, March, April. Okay, so March, mystery ASMR words. Okay, so, yeah, so Tuesday. Yeah, so Tuesday, Peony Words of Wisdom. So she did cancel this one. All right. So Mystery ASMR was on Monday. Okay. So she did cancel that one. So that one is true. That one is technically correct. Okay. So she did cancel that. And that stream was canceled. And she canceled that March 28th, and she said no stream canceled due to something come up. Okay, so that is factually accurate. Okay, and she did do the teary face here along with the thumbs up. Okay, so that is factually accurate. To the degree that she did cancel this stream here. Okay? So, let's move on.
The sudden canceled streams, so we asked if there was something going on. A member of Gen 3 responded quickly, stating that they were demanding an immediate meeting with management. The production KAWAII management staff is based out of Japan, so the timing of their demand for an emergency meeting would have been around 3 o'clock in the morning Japan time.
Okay, 3 o'clock in the morning Japan time. She posted this at 2:40. She canceled her stream at 2:40, which would have been 2:40 p.m. Central Time, which would have been so she canceled her stream. Okay, so this stream was canceled at 2:40 p.m. Central Time. All right, so this would have been canceled at on the 29th of March. The following day, and it would have already had been at least like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning Japan time. So basically, it would have been the next morning. It would have been like early AM, the 29th.
Per the words of two members of Gen, the production KAWAII management staff is based out of Japan, so the timing of their demand for an emergency meeting would have been around 3 o'clock in the morning Japan time.
So, yeah, roughly. Okay, we might give them that.
Per the words of 2 members of Gen 3, they assured us their canceled streams weren't done as a way to protest the company, and that this wasn't really a big deal. They just really urgently wanted to have a meeting with management as soon as possible.
Okay, so essentially they are saying that everyone in Gen 3 decided to cancel all their streams at the exact same time, but it was not a protest or a demand, but they were demanding an emergency meeting at 3 o'clock in the morning with management, despite the fact that it would have been 3 o'clock in the morning Japan time. No one would have known about the demand for an emergency meeting from management in Japan because it was 3 o'clock in the morning. So who were they making the demand to again? They were asking Gen 1 to... They were demanding Gen 1 tell... Okay.
When we asked what the urgency was
I'm sorry, I can't take Suzu's voice seriously, but we're going to continue.
that demanded a meeting right this second, Gen 3 stated that they wanted to discuss with management the various concerns they had in regards to some of the plans and projects management had wanted to involve them in. A member of Gen 3 spoke up, stating that they were all feeling burnt out from streaming and they weren't feeling positive about the company's future plans. While we agreed with several of Gen 3's grievances and empathized with their feelings of burnout, we also stated that this did not seem to warrant the urgency they displayed.
Well, okay. I can't take any other segment that could have been read from Suzu probably would have been better, but hearing that this didn't warrant urgency from a baby is laughable in more ways than one. But okay, so all right. Let me set the stage. Okay, I'm gonna play Yago here for a second, then set the stage. Okay, so we have Gen 3 that's sitting here. We have scheduled streams set up for the week, and then suddenly and urgently, out of the blue, out of nowhere, out of pure randomness, all 4 of them suddenly cancel streams at the exact same time on the exact same day. And then out of concern that all 4 members have suddenly canceled their stream at the exact same time, suddenly somebody from one of Gen 1 or Gen 2 reach out to them as a concerned senpai, saying, "What is wrong, Gen 3? You have all canceled your stream at the exact same time." To which one of them immediately pops up and says, "We demand a meeting with management right now, even though it's 3 o'clock in the morning." Does that make fucking sense? Okay, so you are pretty much telling me you are pretty much telling me that you have tried out your Gen 1 and Gen 2 VTubers to tell a story, to spin a story about how four people from Gen 4 have, conspired to cancel a stream to demand a meeting with management over a perceived problem that is happening with your company, with your agency. Because your 4 talent all decided to cancel your streams and essentially go on strike all at the same time, at the same day, on the same day, at the same moment, because they have a grievance. Okay? Now, let's look at this for a second. I want you guys to I want to paint a picture with all of you for one moment, because this is probably the most moronic argument that I have ever heard in the history of an agency who runs a VTuber anything. Because I know for a fact that if you are a VTuber who works for an agency, you have a manager. You have somebody who helps manage you. I have literally worked with VTubers who are by themselves, who are not part of an agency, who still have a manager. And that manager does everything on the business side. So you are telling me that you have an entire production agency that had 15 total talent that are completely unmanaged, running about doing whatever the hell they want at any given moment online, completely without oversight? You were telling me that all of these girls, for the last 7 months, these 5 girls streamed with zero oversight from management. Is that what you're telling me? Because if that is true, I call bullshit. You know why? Because I know for a fact that a certain person called Mana-chan had been dropping in on Sava, on Lette, and on Peony on a regular basis. And guess who that person was? That was a manager. A manager from KAWAII. So you cannot tell me that there was not management. So why the hell do you have Gen 1 sitting here all of a sudden acting like a senpai with authority to be able to summon management in Japan at 3 o'clock in the morning? Bullshit!
To us.
They assured Gen 1 and 2 that their actions were not drastic and that they had no...
So you are essentially saying that... Okay. You are essentially stating that while... Okay.
These grievances and empathize with their feelings of burnout, We also stated that this did not seem to warrant the urgency they displayed.
Okay, so you have an entire generation who was essentially doxxed by their own gen mate, who had you had somebody who literally organized an entire hate group to go around and bully them, cyberbully them, hate group them, and almost incite an online riot against every single member of your own generation, and have that happen for months on end before KAWAII finally did something against that gen mate. You had that happen to them in February. It took them 3 months to recover from that. And then you have the nerve to sit here and say that, you know what? You can't be burned out from recovering from that. Despite the fact that they continued to work their ass off after being online harassed by these same people for months on end, and worked through that without a break. That didn't warrant a break? I'm sorry. You know, it's ironic, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to slam the fuck out of Suzu from this, but it is ironic that you had little baby Suzu read this after she showed zero sympathy for me when I lost my mother to cancer. And she basically gave me the, oh well, death happens treatment. That's why I stopped fucking watching KAWAII for almost a year. Because a little girl like her couldn't even summon up the courage to give her condolences.
To us.
They assured Gen 1 and 2 that their actions were not drastic and that they had no intention to graduate despite canceling all their streams that day to push for this meeting.
Wait. You just said that this whole thing, that them canceling their streams was not malicious, it was not urgent, and that, you know, that they did not do this out of any malicious intent. But yet now you're saying that they did not do this with the intention of graduating or doing anything malicious, and they did not want to graduate because of this whole thing, and it was not a big deal. Wait a minute. You just literally contradicted everything you just said in the last 2 minutes. Who wrote your script and who approved it? Did you really think this was a good idea? Yeah, thanks, man. It was a couple of years ago, but thanks. I lost my mother to cancer 2 years ago, and I was basically on my way down to bury her, and she basically just gave me the meh treatment. And I basically, you know, and then she, for those of you who are fans of Suzu, I'm sure you remember her being heartbroken after she lost her cat here recently, or a little while ago. And so I sent her a very kind message. Offering my condolences, and I said, I hope you understand now the pain that I went through when I lost my mother. Because as painful as it is, to not want people to talk to you about it, you make a comment about losing someone or something that you've lost because you're looking for that comfort. And look how many people offered their condolences to you. And I'm sure it helped you and made you feel better. And that was all I was looking for that day. And I really hope that she grew from that.
While the mention of graduation here might seem odd and out of place, it is something Gen 3 has threatened management with.
What? Wait. So, you didn't they just say that they didn't want to graduate? That this wasn't serious? That's
In the past.
wait. It was. Wait. What is this? What is this? What is this?
Gen 3 stressed that the cancellation of their streams was not some form of protest, and that ultimately, the situation was not actually a big deal.
So you just said that they were using the threat of graduation, but it was not a big deal, and that they stressed it was not a big deal, and that it was not urgent, but yet you just said that they have been threatening to graduate. What is this double speak, man? What is this double speak?
Gen 3 reassured us, and we believed them.
Fuck.
We then expressed concern that canceling streams at the same time, without explanation, might worry the fans and lead to negative speculation.
Wait. Peony notified her fans. She notified us and said that something did come up and that she would give her wisdom to us on Sunday. The fact that streamers typically have things that come, especially VTubers, have things that come up that they cannot inform the fans of, that they cannot sit there and say, hey, you know what? My pet just got hit by a car and I have to go rush them to the vet or something like that. They don't have to give you a play-by-play of everything that happens in life, or like, my great aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, cousins, second friend just had a heart attack and I need to be there at the hospital for them. Yeah, they don't have to give a report like that. Sometimes you just say that you have to cancel your stream because something came up. Now all four of them, that does look a little sus. But if there's legitimate concern, and this is their way of informing the fans that there is a legitimate concern about the company that they are working for, and they cannot openly talk about it, that does give them the right to cancel their streams. Because I would rather have them do something like this and raise the alarm this way and allow somebody like me to point out the fallacies and lies after the fact than to absolutely say nothing and let the lies continue.
So we asked them to tweet to reassure fans that there were no issues. No one in Gen 3 made this tweet.
Bullshit! I am looking at it right now. Bullshit, Nene. Bullshit. Another fucking lie. Bullshit. I got one right here. Bullshit.
Management responded to Gen 3's request for a meeting in Japan's morning hours. During the meeting, Gen 3 raised their concerns about the timing of a possible Kickstarter campaign that would have funded their inclusion in Production Kawaii's idle activities, burnout, and concerns over the direction of the company. In response, management...
There's a Kickstarter? Wait. There's a Kickstarter? This is the first time I've heard of a Kickstarter. Is there an active Kickstarter for KAWAII right now? I know in the past they've done like the 3D Kickstarter thing. Especially for like Gen 1, they did the Kickstarter thing for their 3D, not Gen 3. It's only for is it for like Gen 2 or is it still for Gen 1? So I know Gen 1, they were still trying to do their whole, like, 3D thing. Okay.
agreed and proposed different plans and directions for Gen 3. Despite these attempts to ease Gen 3's worries and adhere to their requests, the members of Gen 3 ultimately still chose to graduate as a group. Gen 3 broke the news to us about 13 hours after the start of their meeting with management. Because they had initially told Gens 1 and 2 that they were not going to threaten graduation and that this meeting was not such a big deal, we were completely caught off guard.
Wait. So, wait. So, they're basically saying that, they're basically saying that, they knew that they were going to graduate on the 29th. They have made the quantum leap of that they met on the 29th, which would have been Japan time 29th, early morning the 29th. They met on the 29th and then 13 hours later ultimately decided to graduate on the 29th. Okay. So that means that between the 29th and today, which is the 7th, today is sudden and unexpected news. So if today is unexpected news, that means that they had an entire week to prepare for this graduation announcement, and yet they went on like nothing was wrong. So when did Sava... So Sava's Sava's entire vacation thing started on the 17th. Well, see, the thing is, all right, Sava, like, I started having bad feelings about the entire thing when Sava said that she was, quote unquote, going on vacation, but taking her streaming things with her, including like her monitor and all this other stuff, right? I started having some really bad feelings about the entire thing because, I mean, she literally, adios, bye-bye, her last meal, you know. I mean, there was a lot of like really strange, you know, just strange, like almost kind of messages, like subliminal messages, or like not subliminal, but like coded messages that it felt like she was trying to say. Yeah. So, I mean, it felt strange that Sava just like suddenly was like, adios, bye-bye, I'm leaving. You know what I'm saying? I'm flying, last meal. It felt extremely strange. Letty, I mean, Letty literally just streamed like a day ago. Wait, how did she go from streaming a day ago to like, I'm done? You know? I mean, merch announcement and just chatting 8 days ago to like gone. Thumbnail making to gone. You know, I mean, literally just, I mean, it makes no sense. It literally, I mean, 114,000 subscribers. You 114,000 subscribers. You know, okay. Wait. Okay. 114,000 subscribers. Okay. Literally the only one. Your number. Okay. You guys literally pulled a Yago. I mean, what's wrong with you guys? Okay, this is literally like letting Rusia go. Okay, this is like letting Rusia go. This is like letting Coco go. Okay, you guys literally let your number two in your company walk. You let your number two walk. What is the matter with you? Come on. Are you that stupid? Are you really that stupid? Yes, you are that stupid because you're just like Yago. You guys let 114,000 subscribers. I mean, come on. You can total up your Gen 1, the rest of Gen 1, and they still can't make that up. I mean, what's the What is wrong with you guys? I mean, are you that dumb? You are that dumb. What is the matter with you guys? 114,000. Really? Come on. Really? I mean, they've been with your company for almost 3 years, and they can't even get that much. You know why? Because they don't got the factor that Letty even had. Come on. What is the matter with you? I mean, come on. Oh my gosh. I mean, your Gen 2 can't even make that up. I mean, you have Gen 1 and Gen 2 lecturing Letty about this? Really? Are you that conceited? Yes, you are that conceited, are you? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I mean, look. I mean, Peony and Saba have been with your companies for 7 months, and they already have half of what Charlotte has, and you have the balls to have Charlotte sit here and say, this did not seem to facilitate the need to have this kind of conversation with management. What the fuck? Are you that naive, man? Come on. I mean, oh my gosh. You can't make this stuff up. This is better than anything I've seen on TV in years. I mean, God. You know what? You Gen 3, you guys deserve better. I am glad you guys walked. I am glad you had to have walked away from this circus feeling better about yourselves. Because this is a circus. This is a circus. You guys deserve better than this. You know what? I really hope. You know what? I really do hope that in the off chance, you know what? Maybe in the off chance, you know what? Maybe Vizojo says, you know what? That was so hilarious, and those girls had bigger balls than anybody we've seen in a long time to walk away from that kind of circus. Let's sign those four. I mean, I know that would be really ironic, but I mean, just the fact that they walked away from that kind of bullshit. I mean, I know you're walking away from bullshit into cringe, but I mean, it would literally make my day to see the four of them standing shoulder to shoulder with K-san and having Peony going, wah, Production KAWAII? Fuck you. It would really make my day. Just once. I just want to hear you say that, Peony. I know that's wrong. I know you would never, ever say that. But you know what? I mean, you deserve better than this circus freaks show that you walked away from. Oh my god. Okay, come on. Oh.
Guard. We felt lied to.
You felt lied to. You felt lied to. I've spent we've only made it through 4 minutes of this, and I've made over an hour's worth of content over your 4 minutes of the nonstop lies that we have just listened to. How could you feel lied to? I mean, come on. You have given me an hour's worth of content off of lies. I mean, come on, man.
Prior, members of Gen 3 were praising the company, and in recent days, multiple Gen 3 talents were making plans and projects with us, and saying how happy they were to be with us.
In the days that followed, management spoke with each talent of Gen 3 in an attempt to better understand what led to their decision to graduate.
Wait. Okay, so they have literally went. This is okay. If you do not pay attention to what is being said, and you don't break down what the entire narrative, this is how companies spin their own stories, guys. All right. And this is classic example of how they spin their own stories and how they try to write their own narrative to make the person that has like low interaction type of fan to just accept whatever's being told to them or what's ever being fed to them. Because, you look at this announcement here, right? And a lot of times people just look at it and they're like, graduation announcement, they see the top headline, and then they look at the entire thing that's written here, and they're like, I'm not going to read all that, right? They just see a graduation announcement. Maybe they read this. But then they stick a video like this in front of you, and then they have someone like, spew a narrative to you, right? But as we've just, gone through the first 4 minutes, the narrative has been all over the place, right? So if you take what has actually been said in their official statement, right? You take what's in the official statement, and then you start breaking down what's in the official statement, and then you start breaking down what's in the statement versus what they are feeding to you. You start seeing that there is a drastic difference in what is being said versus what is in the statement, and then also what they are trying to make you believe. Okay? Because if you listen to what they're saying, the official statement followed by what some of them are saying makes sense. Okay? Because the management team in Gen 3 were having disagreements over direction of production and things that were happening behind the scenes and things that, were going to happen in the future. And apparently multiple discussions happened, right? Now, the narrative that Nene and others are trying to feed you is that all of a sudden, on March 28th, they all decided to protest. They all protested by canceling their streams and demanding a 3 a.m. meeting, and threatened to graduate if they didn't get their way. And then they decided, well, we don't like what's happening, so we're going to graduate. And then, following that decision, multiple discussions happened in the days that followed up till now about how they could change the direction of what decision was already made. So what they're essentially saying is that today was premeditated, despite the fact that at the very beginning of the video, they were all saying that they were blindsided by today. Which apparently they knew about at least a week in advance. So lie after lie after lie. Which one is the truth? Well, if you break it down, here's what we know. Okay? Apparently, Gen 3 was apparently, according to what the info is being fed to us and what corroborates each other, Gen 3 and management were having disagreements over things that were happening in the background. All right? There were multiple discussions that happened. They were unable to come to an agreement resulting in their graduation. Now, that being said, it does appear that at a specific time on March 28th, they did cancel their streams. If it was out of protest, they didn't state that it was out of protest. However, it does seem like that was their signal that something was wrong and that they needed to be able to give a clear indication in some fashion that we cannot tolerate this anymore without further action or without further intervention. And that was the only recourse they had, short of, breaking NDA or doing something that was against what their contract was. So they felt compelled to cancel their activity, which, you know what? I would rather have them cancel their activity than, break their NDA and do something that was against their NDA. Now, again, the actual statement says that, please accept our dearest apologies to all of our fans and related officials for this sudden announcement. The official announcement says it's sudden, even though they knew 7 days in advance that Gen 3 intended to graduate. One does not intend to graduate, 7 days in advance, and then suddenly make the announcement a week later, especially if Gen 3 is scheduled to have all their content completely closed out on April 30th. One could have easily said that they were going to, graduate April 30th, and it would not have been sudden. Just saying. Okay, moving on.
As their collective reasoning did not make any sense to any.
Wait. You gotta back up this sentence because your collective reasoning in this entire video does not make any sense either. But my dear, we will give you the benefit of the doubt by replaying your last sentence.
Were making plans and projects with us and saying how happy they were to be with us.
Mm-hmm.
In the days that followed, management spoke with each talent of Gen 3 in an attempt to better understand what led to their decision to graduate, as their collective reasoning did not make any sense to any of us.
I'm sorry. Burned out, cyberbullied, doxed, recovering from cyberbullying, recovering from being doxxed, working 7 months without a break, having your own gen mate betray you, having no one there to give you any moral support during the entire situation. Yeah, I would say that makes no collective sense. Don't you agree? I would say that makes no collective sense. Yeah.
It was found that each girl had her own individual reasons that differed from what they initially told us was the driving force behind the emergency meeting they insisted on having with management.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, if each one of them had their own grievances, but they collectively wanted to meet with management because each one of them had their own separate grievances, I would say that they were still unified with having a reason for speaking with management. I would say that, considering that each one of them is an individual, each one of them is living a different life path, each one of them is not necessarily living the same exact life. One of them is going to college and is in university. The other one is living in a drastic situation in a completely different country. The third one is definitely doing much better off as a streamer and is doing extremely well compared to the other three. And probably has a completely different set of circumstances on what is holding her back and her limitations. And then the fourth one, I'm not quite sure on because she's an enigma to me. Yeah, I would say that their grievances might be a little bit different.
Initially, not everyone wanted to graduate, but they decided...
Oh, initially not all of them wanted to graduate, even though the entire gen had been threatening graduation for the last 3 months. Wait a minute. Didn't you say that 3 minutes ago? You said the entire generation had been threatening it for months.
Did to do so as a group anyway.
Uh-huh.
Management put in a lot of effort to understand and negotiate with Gen 3. There were many days and nights spent meeting with them at a time.
Wait, many days and nights? Many days and nights? Really? So all it took was them all collectively canceling one stream. It took them all collectively canceling one stream to together. All of them canceling one stream together on one day together, for them to get management to negotiate with them day and night to make them not, even though not all of them wanted to graduate. Okay.
Time that was convenient for the talent, even if it was in the middle of the night in Japan.
Oh, really? Okay, so all it took was the four of them to all cancel their stream on the same day in order for management to meet with them regardless of what time or place and what hour of the day it was. So even though not all of them wanted to graduate, for them to get management to negotiate with them in order to try to make them stay. Yeah, I would say that if this were the case,
Management went to great lengths to try to get them to understand how extreme and sudden their decision was.
Extreme and sudden. Extreme and sudden. They canceled one stream together on one day. Okay, wait. You had 4 streamers all cancel a stream together on one day. And this was extreme. Because they obviously had grievances about their work conditions. And they felt burned out. They had recently gone through the entire doxing situation with Ocean. They felt like they needed time off. They hadn't had any time to regroup. They had to work through the entire situation that included the situation with Ocean. They literally had betrayal of the person that management assigned to them with their own gen mate. And they had literally had worked their asses off to recover from the mess that management had put them in the first place. And this was an extreme situation because they all literally were asking and begging management to listen to them because they needed management's help. And the fact that they were being told, you have to do this bullshit for a Kickstarter thing for a project that literally does, you're not going to benefit from it in the first place, if you don't listen to us, you know what, we're going to fire you for that. Yeah. Okay. And then they're like, okay, then if you're going to fire us, we're going to graduate. And the management was like, whoa. We can't have an entire generation graduate. Okay. Maybe we can work with you on something else. And they're like, well, first off, we're burned out. We need some time off. This one, she's going to university. And she's literally getting sick every other week because, of the amount of stress she's going through. This other one, look how sick she's been getting because of all this stuff. I'm going strong, but I haven't had a break in 7 months. I could use a couple of days off here and there. Throw us a bone a little bit. And management's like, no, whoa. You're asking for time off? I don't know about that. We need that money coming in, Yeah. No, that's extreme. Yeah, that's too extreme. Yeah. And that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, of course it doesn't.
Nevertheless, Gen 3 decided to graduate from production KAWAII.
And they are better off because of it. Thank you.
We in Gen 1 and 2 felt hurt and betrayed by Gen 3's decision.
Well, obviously, they rocked the boat and they exposed KAWAII for what they really are. So I guess you might feel a little betrayed for them, not staying in their lane.
We felt and still feel that there was so much to look forward to in regards to this company's future. So to leave at this point in time made no sense to us.
Yeah, well, obviously, if you didn't live through the hell that they lived through, Nene, which you didn't live through that hell, and you are the top streamer of your company, which you are, and you reap the benefits of being the most profitable one in your company, which you are. You probably don't understand what type of adversity they've had to endure for the last 4 months. So, yeah, of course not.
Positive things like events.
Positive things, like being doxxed by your own genmate.
Concerts.
Concerts, yeah, like being doxxed by your own genmate.
additional 3D model debuts,
3D models, yeah, of course. You know, how long are they going to have to wait for?
and plans for increasing support for talents.
Increasing support for talents, yeah. Just make sure that you work through all the things that your company puts you through, and don't rock the boat.
How could they not see what we see?
Cannot see what you see. Well, when you start off working for a company that allows you to be mistreated, you hire people that allow you to be mistreated, when you have lack of oversight, when your senpais don't give you any kind of lack of guidance or support, and when your senpais decide to trash on you because you decide to make a different life choice than what you are expected to make. Yeah, I could see how they would make how they can see something different than what you see.
This is what we thought. We felt as if the members of Gen 3 were focusing too much on negatives.
Too much on negatives. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Let's completely skip over the fact that they spent the last 4 months trying to recover from negatives that happened because they worked for Production KAWAII.
That could be easily resolved.
Easily resolved. Right. Uh-huh.
Discussion in time.
Discussion in time. Yeah, of course. Discussion in time.
Rather,
Yeah. Discussion in time does not help heal health. Nene. Does not help heal health, especially when you are burned out and are under a tremendous amount of stress to produce results, Nene.
other than the bright path we thought lay before us. In a small company, because of our limited resources, some changes take time. It hasn't always been easy, but because of the efforts of the talents and management being open to feedback, several positive changes have been implemented internally over the past 2 years.
Oh! Positive changes. Is that why you is that why Production KAWAII is literally half the half of the talent that used to be, Nene? Because in the past 2 years, I'm pretty sure that you've gone from 15 down to 7. That. I don't think that's a positive, honestly.
This is all due to communication, patience, and willingness to work with management on the part of the talents. We, remaining members of Production KAWAII, have endured and made strides to build this company up to what it is today for nearly 2 years. And we honestly thought Gen 3 would be right alongside us in this journey. Believe us when we say we are just as shocked at this announcement as you are.
All of us wanted them to stay, even after all of this. But in the end, they decided to leave as a Gen. Perhaps this was done as a display of Gen 3 unity, but we saw it as a betrayal of Production KAWAII talent unity. Despite the time spent trying to work with them and understand them, Gen 3 ultimately decided that no accommodations, no future plans, and no promises would be enough for them to stay. Their minds were made up. They would leave their avatars, their channels, their fans, their senpai, and production.
Bullshit. They're not leaving their fans behind. No. No. They are not leaving their fans behind. You know what? They're carrying their fans with them. You know why? Because their fans care more about them than they care about KAWAII. I'm sorry. No, actually, I am not sorry. I care more about them than I care about you or KAWAII. Plain and simple. I don't even know you, lady. You know why? Because KAWAII means that little to me. KAWAII means that little to me that when Gen 2 debuted, I didn't even blink. That's how little KAWAII meant to me. Okay? But the fact that Peony, Sava, and Letty and Miru meant more to me because I found out who they were because of Ocean's betrayal. I found out more about them and cared more about them than the brand that they were representing. And because of the fact that they are walking away means I'm walking away with them. Now get that through your head, because I am not leaving them. I am leaving with them. Because again, I will always support the streamer, not the agency, unless the streamer gives me a reason not to trust them. That's my bottom line. What did they ask for? So, well, we'll recap this at the very end here. And probably another 2 hours after I finish laughing at whatever it is that they have to say in the last minute, because it's literally taken an hour to get through every minute that they try talking, because there's so much BS in between what they're saying.
Why as a whole behind?
We can leave KAWAII behind, and that'd be fine with me, but we'll keep going.
We are all extremely hurt by their
Oh God, Charlotte, speak like a man. No, I'm joking.
decision, and shocked by the suddenness of this.
Why do you guys keep saying you're shocked by the suddenness of this if this was premeditated? You guys just said they made this decision like on the 29th. It wasn't sudden.
Both talent and management alike. Please give us time to heal as we move forward.
Please give you time to heal. You guys were sitting here trashing them less than 24 hours after you guys made the announcement. You guys were literally bashing them 12 hours after making the graduation announcement. If you wanted time to heal, don't come out and make statements like this.
And please know that the 7 of us in Gens 1 and 2 love Production KAWAII and genuinely want to be here, and we'll do our very best to continue putting smiles on your faces. We love what we are doing. We love who we are. We are proud of the changes and strides Production KAWAII has made in the 2 years we have existed thus far. We ask that you, the fans, continue putting your faith in us.
I haven't seen a single change in KAWAII since I left. A year ago. It's been I started rewatching KAWAII. Yeah, I started watching KAWAII again. Well, I started watching Ocean in January. So it'd been about a year since I had watched anything from KAWAII. And so it'd been about a year, and I had seen absolutely zero change other than maybe the quality of the models improve. You know, production value maybe had improved. That was about it.
We promise to always do our best.
Well, that was a chore to get through. Yes, that was probably the best comedy routine I had ever seen, in probably the last decade. I will nominate them for whatever YouTube award is given out for the best comedy skit, short form. But in the meantime, yeah, that was probably the most probably one of the most horrible experiences I had ever gone through of listening to a corporate lie. But then again, as I said at the very beginning of my stream here, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, if you are able to voice act and you are able to sell a character, especially when you are working for a Japanese VTuber agency, you are a valued asset because you can then sell the character, the story, and the narrative that they are trying to push in front of your audience. And that's exactly, this is a great case study and exactly what they are trying to do, because they have literally taken an entire plot of what has happened here in real life and have tried to spin a story around it. And it's a very convoluted story that has literally there are more plot twists in this 8-minute video than there is in the entirety of Resident Evil combined in every single game entry since its beginnings in 1996. Okay, that is how convoluted this story plot is that they have tried to sell us. I mean, Resident Evil is easier to understand. You could literally take an entire entry of Silent Hill and it would make more sense if trying to understand a story plot of Silent Hill and actually it would make better sense than what they're trying to sell here, because they have no clue what they're actually trying to tell you. Oh. It almost feels like they handed each one of them a bunch of lines to read, and then they had them all read the lines and then record them, and then they had somebody in sound editing take the best line reads and then just kind of mix them together. I mean, that's literally what it sounds like, and I don't think they really knew what the narrative was that they were trying to sell, other than the fact that, they all had to agree with it. And again, they all want to stay in their lane and not go against, go against the current. So they just read what they were told to read, and that was it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. KAWAII has not been KAWAII in some time. That is for sure. That is for sure. Now, what did they want exactly? What did they ask for? But basically, from what, if we take into account what we know up to this moment, KAWAII, so if we take into account what we know up to this moment, we know that on the 28th of March, all 4 of them canceled their scheduled streams on the same day. Okay? Supposedly, their senpais, or one of their dearly beloved senpais reached out to them and asked what was going on. Okay? And one of them responded that they demanded a meeting with management. One would assume that somebody from management would be monitoring their streams because, typically when you work for an agency, somebody is monitoring you at all times, which is typical of when you work for an agency that has management oversight. I know this for a fact because I have worked with and talked to multiple agents and worked with multiple VTubers who have managers. Shocking, I know. But let's move on. In fact, there's only been one instance now that I can think of. And this is shocking to me now that I think about it. There has only been one singular instance where I have done anything with a VTuber that has worked for an agency where they did not have management oversight while I was in direct communication with them. And you know who that was? That was Peony during that membership stream when we were playing Among Us. Very shocking. Now that I just thought about it. That was the only time I had ever been ever had the ability to have direct contact with a talent, and be able to speak with them in real time, and not have management oversight in our ear, listening to every word that we were saying. When I talked to Akira and Makoto from Gogo Nihon or Nippon, Ina Sensei was always in our ear, and she was always listening in, and was giving complete oversight to every interaction we had. She had the ability to literally yoink me and yeet me from any conversation that I had with them at any given point in time. When I talked to Usagi Sensei, her manager, Marko, he was in our chat here earlier today. He was her manager, and he had the same ability. And he provided complete oversight when I trained her in English, and we practiced Super Bunnyman together. When we were, I was prepping her to play with Suzu of all people, ahead of her collaboration stream with Suzu. And there's been several others. Is she talking about it now? Okay. If she says anything interesting, go ahead and just kind of type it in chat. I really don't want to provide her live coverage because I don't want to provide them with with additional views, considering my mood about KAWAII right now, but if she says anything of relevance, go ahead and say whatever it is in chat. That's fine. But yeah, so I mean that's strange. Number one, that there was supposedly no management oversight. Okay, and one would figure that there would always be management available 24/7 in some capacity, especially on Discord. Even with the Gogo Nippon Discord, which is still operational, even though they are already graduated and no longer stream, there are still admins and management available 24/7 on their Discord for a variety of different reasons. So it's not like, even though Ina Sensei was primarily available for streaming purposes, she was always there 24/7. And she was primarily there specifically for the streams. And she was literally their manager purely for their streams. They hired a manager. One person managed 2 people. Okay? I mean, we're not talking like, a talent agency like that had 15, 10, 15, VTubers. We're talking like a small gaming studio that had 2 VTubers that were promoting, 3 games that were over 5 years old. They had a manager that was managing 2 VTubers. That you should do a year and then evaluate. I mean, that kind of makes sense in a way. It really kind of depends too on the type of contract that you sign, and it also depends on what type of agency that you're with as well. I'm not sure on the specifics of how talent agencies specifically sign their talent for, whether if it's an open-ended until one party or another ends their contract, or if it's performance based, or if you have to meet certain criterias in order to maintain your contract, or what, or if it's based upon output. I'm sure there's any number of things depending on the situation. But that being said, I do know that some places are purely dependent upon budgetary reasons, and whether or not if your character or artwork is based upon, say, like a commissioned or serialized type of character, and it's run its course, then there's the possibility of being forced to graduate because of that. So and then other places like say like KAWAII, for example, if you're not able to maintain your listener base or your subscription base, that kind of thing, there's always the possibility of having to graduate because you're not the draw that you are expected to be. So there's always that possibility as well. So but yeah, I mean, it's really sad that this kind of thing is just kind of where we're at with this whole situation, because I mean, it doesn't sit well with me that it doesn't sit well with me that listening to what the remaining members of KAWAII have just stated as, their endorsed opinion on the situation, and seeing what and hearing what they have to say in comparison to what the actual official statement is. The contradictions between what is said and what is being presented as factual leads me to believe that there is a huge amount of story that is just simply not being told, and the fact that the four girls probably won't have the ability to state what has actually happened will probably be louder, speak more volumes than any of the lies that, or half truths that will, be told. Let's see here. She said people asked for the reason why, but she said they said that, but she said that then some things can't be talked about in a company. She is reiterating that it was out of left field. She's making a new statement. She's also mentioning that statements were on their own. Okay. Sorry, Suzu, but I'm going to have to thumbs down your video because it feels like a bunch of lies to me. But oh crap, it's already 9:44. Man, I was gonna stream RE4 tonight too. Oh, dude, that's later. She also said the reason okay. Well, I may have to review her stream later on. I I just realized that I've gotten 6 hours. 6 hours and 40 minutes. And I haven't had supper yet. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize it was almost 10 o'clock at night. Oh my gosh. She said she was wait. She said she was considering graduating. Who, Suzu? Marathon stream. Yeah. When I get on one of these rules, especially when it comes to one of these things, man, it's like, you know, I get annoyed at this stuff because it's like, you know, you can like, I mean, whoa, yeah, whoa. There's a lot of things that bother me in the VTuber world, but there are times where, like, when you invade the world that I enjoy, and you take away something that I personally enjoy, and most importantly, when you take away somebody who means a lot to me, it pisses the out of me. It really does. All right. And I'll say it again, you know, their grievances with management. Did she list them off? Did she? Well, I mean, I know that like a year ago, was about the same time that I lost my mother. Well, that would have been like right after I lost my mother. And she pissed me off. Well, actually, I lost my mother in October so it would have been a little bit more than a year ago. So she would have been unhappy after I lost my mother and stopped watching KAWAII, because I buried her in November. So she would have been unhappy about a month or two after that. Oh, okay. But you know, she you know, and I'll say it again, you know, Peony and Sava. Okay. Peony and Sava, well, actually more Peony, Sava, and Letty, were the only ones that kept my faith alive in English VTubers, period. You know. And, you know, I'm glad that they are still around in some capacity, and I'm hoping that I can reach out to them and let them know I will still be here for them regardless of what form they take, and hopefully you know, be able to continue to support them long after this, because honestly, if I'm not able to continue to support them, it's going to be extremely hard for me to continue to have faith in you know, finding that goodwill within you know, the English community, considering how much toxicity has happened in recent times with everything that's happened in our VTuber communities as a whole. But that being said, I continue to try to keep fighting the good fight, because as much as it pains me, and as hard as it becomes to continue to do streams like this, and as much as it tears me apart every time I have to talk about something like this, regarding one of our beloved VTubers, or and in this case our VTuber generation, I honestly feel that I if I don't talk about it, who is? And yeah, we can have discussions on it on Reddit, but if people aren't going to talk about it live on YouTube, if other VTubers aren't going to talk about it, it's just going to continue to happen. And people need to talk about it. People need to speak out about it. People need to have those discussions about it, because if you don't have those discussions about it, it's just going to keep repeating itself. And even if it does keep repeating itself, the positive changes that Nene claims are happening, those changes are not going to happen, aren't outwardly going to happen, unless it becomes publicly aware that the fans aren't going to put up with it anymore. If you're going to make changes inwardly, then it has to be shown from the outside first that we're not going to put up with it anymore. Because if you turn away your fan base, and your fans don't stick with KAWAII, because you decide to treat your talent like this, and they walk away from you, then you decide to change yourself internally, because you realize, hey, we fucked up. And again, they literally decided to let their number 2 walk. And their number 2 had more subscribers than the rest of their Gen 1 and their entirety of Gen 2. And maybe even if you combine those people together, maybe they maybe evened out. But the only one that even came close, or the only one that gave Letty competition, was Nene. So maybe the only one that had even the slightest amount of room to talk was Nene. If I'll say this for sure, none of those ladies had any room to lecture them, except maybe Nene. But Nene talked like a corporate stan, and I'm sorry, but no. Nene did not speak as a person. She was speaking purely as a corporate stan reading from a script, and there was no heart behind it at all. Sorry. Don't believe it for a second. I don't. So, anyways, guys, I'm going to call it a stream here, because I am just about to encroach on 7 hours, and I am freaking hungry. I haven't had supper yet. Actually, I didn't even eat lunch. Actually, I like ate lunch briefly. I ate like a small lunch when I saw the news, and I jumped online, so I'm going to eat supper. But I still have a lot of work to do. I want to try to reach out to them and try to reach out to them in some capacity. I have no idea if I'm going to reach any of them, or whether they'll even bother to respond to me. they probably won't. But I do at least want to try, just to offer my support. Let them know I'm here. Let them know that that I whether or not whatever statements are being made, I got their back. I'm here to support them any way I can. Let them know that they're not alone, that kind of thing. And most of all, let them know that just the people that I've personally talked to, especially tonight, through my stream here tonight, that there are people out here that are still supporting them, and that we are all worried about them, concerned about them, but we're still here for them. Okay, so I need some time to be able to try to work on that, and hopefully reach at least one of them. And if they respond to me, but they ask me not to let anyone know, of course I won't be able to tell you guys. But if they do respond to me, but they don't, they're okay with me at least saying, hey, it's everything's okay, then I will say as much as I can. But I won't. I can't make any promises. All right. So I want to be able to keep their privacy as much as possible too. So, in the meantime, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I know this has been a long stream. I know I've ranted a lot. I know I've rambled a lot. We've laughed. We've gotten mad. We've yelled. We've cried. We've done a lot of stuff here tonight. But most of all, I do try to cover the truth as much as I can, as well as give my personal opinion and give commentary about these things. Of course, I don't always cover news like this. I do play games at the same time as most of my regulars know. I do try to play games from time to time, as well as cover major events like this. So, if you subscribe to my channel, chances are you will see me play games like Resident Evil and a bunch of other stuff at the same time. But I do try to cover stuff from KAWAII, Prison Project, Hololive, and Niji, especially if there are bigger events or things that directly affect me because I'm a fan, or because of the streamer that I'm interested in. So, if you pay attention to that stuff and you see me live, and you want to talk about that stuff, hey, drop in. I don't plug my channel on our, and tell people, hey, like, share, and subscribe to that, because I don't care for that kind of stuff. Nor am I monetized for this kind of stuff as well, because I do this on my own time because it's my own interest. But I do appreciate everyone that does drop in and everyone that does come and listen to me. I also make these streams primarily because if an event like this happens, people need a place to be able to voice their opinion, a place to vent, a place to talk about it, and most of all, we need a place to be able to discuss these things, and be able to speak our thoughts, our minds, and if we need to cry about it, we cry about it. If we are upset, we can be upset about it. My streams are always an equal space for everybody. So long as you respect each other, respect me, and most of all, you are kind to each other and realize that everyone is human and that everyone is equal in how we feel. So I appreciate everyone who comes in here and gives their opinion, regardless if you agree with it or not, because it gives me an objective view of how people feel about the situation. And even if I don't agree with it, if you can give me a compelling argument about why you feel that way, I can respect it. If you come in and say, you know what, you're wrong because you're full of crap, then you know what? You're banned. That's plain and simple. No, but I appreciate people giving me, intriguing arguments, because it gives me an idea of how people think about the current situation. And most of all, being able to open up the floor like this gives people a chance to grieve the loss of like Gen 3, because we need this time to be able to think about the people that we just lost. And there aren't many places to talk like this. This is one of the few places that give you a chance to talk like this. And this is one of the only channels that I know of on any platform where, as a VTuber, I allow you to talk about any other VTuber that's out there, regardless of who it is, regardless of what platform they stream on. Because honestly, it gives me the opportunity to learn about other people that are out there. And it gives the other people that are in attendance the opportunity to talk about other people that are out there. And if I'm playing a game and you guys are talking about, let's say, Pamu, for example, from Niji, it gives me the opportunity to find out what she's doing. And I would rather be able to play a game and find out what she's doing than, sit here and say, no, you must talk about me, and have everyone leave because, you would much rather talk about her. So you go to her channel and talk about her. I mean, it just makes sense, right? I mean, I would rather you talk about, whatever, Gura did the day before on her channel while you're in my chat than, you leave and go to Reddit and talk about Guru or Gura on Reddit and not be on my channel at all. It makes sense, right? So, unlike Charzu, that's a good opinion. Yeah, exactly. I would rather have you, talk about whatever it is, is happening, or whatever it is that you want to talk about, than not talk about it at all, So, but most of all, I appreciate you guys being here. All right. So don't be afraid to drop in from time to time. I appreciate it. Even if it's just to say hi, I appreciate it. If you want to drop in because of what I'm playing, that's great too. I'm going to be trying to play games as they come out. It doesn't always work out that way, but I do try to do that. Otherwise, if there's more news that comes out about this, I'll try to cover it as it happens or on the same day it happens. We'll try to keep you up to date on this kind of stuff. I'll try to keep you up to date on anything that happens with our girls and their identities, their new identities, what they, if they debut in their new incarnations, that kind of thing. Otherwise, we will see what we find out, and we will keep going on with what we're doing. Yeah, you guys take it easy, take care. They had to delay some plans and do not do some others cause problems. Burnout is one reason. Second, can't talk about. They had to delay some plans and do not do others because it caused problems. I mean, that all makes sense. That all does make sense. So, all right, guys. You guys take it easy. I'm calling it a night. Thank you so much for tuning in. I know we've had a lot of people drop in and out. Appreciate everyone who's dropped in. Thank you all for the views, the likes, the subscribes. I can't name them all tonight because we've had a lot of traffic coming in and out. I appreciate all of you who've dropped in though, and we'll talk to you soon. If I have more info or any new info, I will try to either go live with it, or I will keep you up to date on Twitter as that info comes in, or the community tab, unless it's something that can be streamed live. That that's worthy of being streamed live. Otherwise, I will go live with the info. So please keep an eye on those. That's my only other plug for any additional updates. Otherwise, I will try to keep you up to date if anything else comes my way. Otherwise, hopefully, we'll return to our regularly scheduled programming tomorrow. We'll see on that as well. So, all right, guys, thank you so much. Thank you. Have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever it may be for you. Until then, this is Marko Yamashita signing off. Peace.
And I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear.